announces that the first 50 days of the Trump administration, and by the end of the day, we didn't have an ambassador in Washington. So who says MISTRA doesn't have an impact? We have also hosted a roundtable on nuclear disarmament, an issue which obviously obtained greater urgency as the world witnessed Israeli and US attacks on Iran and its nuclear capabilities. On September 4th, we hosted a lecture with former Foreign Affairs Minister Naledi Pandor presenting the lecture on the theme, Has the world moved under our feet? Now, children, you may not get the kind of intended innuendo around that title, but you can ask an adult around you about this famous song that we're referring to when we use that title. Then a fortnight ago, we hosted a conference as part of a Forum of China-Africa Cooperation under the theme Reimagining Modern Innovation. And the year hasn't ended yet. As the overworked and very busy MISTRA staff with them, partner agency 2807 will testify. On 28th October, we'll be part of a joint Asia, Africa, Latin America webinar on the developmental state, and we'll be sending out the invites, all of you, as soon as that's ready. Before the end of the year, we will be launching a publication on the state of the South African state, and then we'll also be hosting our annual Patent Book Networks Roundtable. So make sure you're on our database by sending your details to the 2807 colleagues who are receiving and will arrive. So now to the business of the day. And announcements I make. There's a lot of announcements on it. As each new media is created, you have to make them. So live streaming, kindly note the seminar has been live streamed on Zoom and MISTRA's YouTube channel, the MISTRA South Africa. Online Q&A, online attendees, please post your questions in the function for the webinar. I'll be assisted by Terry Shakanowski and Javula to help process these things, and because otherwise you're going to have long explanation of the question. Live posting, we will be live posting throughout the event on MISTRA's social media platform, and you'll find us on LinkedIn, Facebook, X, and others. Don't ask me to explain it, find a young people to do that. We ask that you engage with us by tagging us with what it means and using our hashtag. I know what that means. So the LinkedIn page is Mapamboka Institute for Strategic Reflection. Facebook, the same name. X handle is @MISTRA _SA. And hashtags will be MISTRA. What's the word? Hashtag MISTRA Roundtable. Hashtag Identity Politics Roundtable. Okay, so now, having gone through all that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first presenter, and that is Catherine Meissner, who a few months ago took over as director of Frederick Ebert Stifter. She has a strong record and a passion for feminism, progressive trade union, and social democracy. In fact, before she was appointed as director of FES, she was heading up their trade union project here in these very offices. So thank you, Catherine. Thank you to your team. In her role, she continues with advancing FES's mission of democracy, social justice, and progressive internationalism. Catherine, over to you. She'll be joining us online, just in case you're looking for German.
Thank you very much. Abba, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I want to welcome all of you to FES, even though I'm not there, but I'm sure my colleagues are making you feel very welcome. First of all, I want to thank our partners from MISTRA, who we have been working with very closely on many topics. As Comrade Abba said, I am very new in this position. I've been very excited when MISTRA suggested to host this roundtable together. Even though it's not the main purpose, for me, it offers a great opportunity to learn and to hopefully understand South Africa a bit better. I must admit that to me, the South African identity politics is hugely fascinating. As a German, coming from the country that has justified genocide with the most perverted racist theory, and now being in South Africa, a country that had built its apartheid regime on said racist theory, it is very interesting to see how differently both countries are dealing with this legacy and how we're looking at it today. In Germany, the reaction or the dealing with the genocide was to completely abolish, but not engage probably as much with that history and to not talk about race, to say race does not exist. We are all the same, and a very common way, especially on the left, has been to say, I do not see skin color. And by saying that, as an individual, I do not see skin color, there is the understanding that hence one does not discriminate, one is free of any racism. And in South Africa, to me, I must say it's very puzzling in which form the apartheid categories of race are just still very casually used day to day and are in place and are not questioned. If I have to fill a form, usually they ask me about my race. And for a German, talking about race is almost racist. I mean, this is, of course, a wrong understanding, and we are moving in a different way because that is easy to say as a white person, right? To say, I don't see race, there is no discrimination based on race, when there clearly is. And of course, in Germany, we are also more and more dealing with the question of identity. I'm always struggling with the using the term identity politics because it is used in such a and delegitimized also from the left by claiming that if you look at identities, you are, of course, breaking the unity that is fighting injustice, as the is fighting the class struggle. So the old main versus side contradiction that I think has come up in many debates and conversations in the past. As a feminist, even though a white feminist in Germany, I think we can't pretend that once the class struggle has been won, we will all be the same. We know that in all our movements, the gender injustice, gender discrimination plays a big role. And of course, many other forms of discrimination that are also based on racialization and suppression. I do think that intersectionality, the concept of intersectionality, does offer a good concept of bridging that gap, because there is no need to be divided by looking at who are we and how are we positioned differently. If we, with that knowledge, then move forward to achieve justice. I think that South Africa has made important strides, and the affirmative action programs that have been put in place, I think, really deserve a very thorough analysis. Of course, not everything might have worked the way that it was intended, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong and that its intentions have been wrong. I think Germany is far behind in that regard, in terms of admitting how identity still defines where you're going. I mean, if you look at, for example, in Germany, children from working class, there are opportunities to be going to university, to be getting well-paid jobs, and so on and so on, are much, much lower than children from academic families. So all of that is known, but in Germany, there's very little that is done about it. Yet, as I said, sometimes it puzzles me how this is being dealt with in South Africa. And then I think often the debate on the material issues and what that means and what is necessary, also in terms of redistribution in South Africa, is still muzzled a lot and is not so much a debate, I feel, in sort of the mainstream political circles. It does pop up sometimes violently in certain ways, so it's very close to the surface, but it is not addressed in a way that one would think maybe when looking at the injustices in this country and the huge inequality. So yeah, I'm just really excited to hear from you all and to see how how you take the discussion in South Africa. Um, and I'm very grateful once again to our partners at MISTRA to be organizing this event with us. Thank you so much, and yeah, welcome from afar.
Those of you that are observant, we have noted that a quick wardrobe change. I found my glasses. I don't need to borrow anyone else's. Okay, I'm not going to take long in introducing the next speaker. I think most of you know him. And he had a long track record of the public servant and public policy space. But just in case you didn't know, he was the head of GCIS, Government Communications. He headed up the Policy Coordinating Advisory Services Presidency, and in 2010, from Mapamdugwe Institute. I give you Mr. John Nechitete, Executive Director of MISTRA. Okay.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Abba Omar, and all colleagues, both here and on the virtual platform. I had to struggle in preparing a presentation as I'm allocated all of 30 minutes. I'm trying to save you time. But just to remind ourselves that almost 10 years ago, we convened a roundtable, which provocatively we titled Whiteness, Africans, and Africans. Now, most of our partners across the ideological spectrum appreciated the framing of the discussion, but others felt that it was divisive. Now, similar questions can be raised about today's roundtable on the age of identity politics. This is in line with MISTRA's research agenda. A year before that roundtable, we published a book on nation formation and social cohesion. That discourse, which arose from the book, identified a gap in the analysis, especially about dynamics in the white community. This then necessitated that roundtable on whiteness. And there was a subsequent publication, which you can access on our website. Now, I can say that MISTRA's approach to all these issues is premised on the simple but profound motto on South Africa's coat of arms. Re, itara, re. I should say that one time I asked in a cabinet meeting the president to request each of the cabinet ministers to pronounce the motto, and I think less than 20% got it. Diverse people unite. As South Africa's diverse people unite, the divisions of the past being healed. I suppose during the course of the roundtable, colleagues will reflect on these issues from various perspectives. I thought I should posit a few thoughts to help frame the discussion and hopefully provoke the presenters and the participants to be even more frank during the course of the discussion. One can say that there are many things that are common between South Africa and other post-colonial societies, particularly on the African continent. Professor Mkandawire identifies the conceptual danger when liberated societies seek to find alternatives to nationalism, which he says can lead to disaster, whether these take the form of ethnic sub-nationalism, idiosyncratic socialism, mimetic internationalism, religious particularism, or neoliberal globalism. Now, 30 years after the attainment of democracy, South Africa faces similar challenges. But it stands apart from its continental peers because of the existence of a large white settler community, which, like all citizens, lays claim to a South African and broad African identity. Colonialism of a special type is what sociologists called it then, which has got profound implications for identity politics. This reality takes place in a situation in which South Africa has to undertake the project of liberation with the responsibility to transform both the internal metropolis and the internal colony located in one country. The antithesis to apartheid colonialism is the assertion, and I hope I won't provoke Dudula, that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Not so much about latter-day migrants, but about a common citizenship and belonging that were denied the majority of South Africans. Attached to these are three issues that I think are located at the intersection of identity and the political economy. Firstly, in regard to South Africa, the aspirational frame of reference in terms of social transformation exists in plain sight within that internal metropolis, reflected in the ownership of assets, access to skilled professions, and a decent quality of life. Yet the metropolis itself is defined by a rapacious social system that can entramp the social transformers to get transformed by the very system that they seek to transform. Secondly, nation formation and a common overarching identity will be difficult to attain, and racial identities will persist in antagonism if the patience of the majority is not matched by a preparedness on the part of the beneficiaries of apartheid to contribute meaningfully to social redress. And as shown in elections since 1994, the main issues of contention between black and white are premised on the need or otherwise to right the historical injustice. As such, the overwhelming majority of the white community votes for parties that propagate entitlement to apartheid historical privilege. The third implication of colonialism of a special type relates to what is referred to in German as Weltanschauung or world outlook. In this instance, how the emergent South African nation defines its identity in relation to the world. On the one hand, proponents of the new social order affirm commitment to what is contained in the Constitution, that as a country we should take our rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. On the other, most of the citizens of that erstwhile internal metropolis view South Africa as an outpost of the colonial and neo-colonial metropolises of Europe and North America. This then enmeshes with right-wing ideologies gaining prominence in many of these northern countries. And I think in targeting South Africa, democratic South Africa, elements of the current US administration weave all manner of tales to delegitimize post-colonial transformation in our country, which Professor Falkov refers to as white victimhood. A powerful set of beliefs, she says, that treats white people as special and different, but also as uniquely at risk. White victimhood is usually speculative, she says. It relates not to actual events that have happened, but to white people's feelings of being threatened and unsafe. Entire political agendas develop around the idea that white people must be protected because they face exceptional threats, which are not being taken seriously by a contemporary world order that fails to value whiteness. That's the end of the quote. Now, with the changing political center of gravity in the United States and part of Europe, South Africa may be targeted for many years to come, precisely to subvert the project of non-racial unity and social transformation. Now, in interrogating the shapers of the identity of white victimhood, some have referred to a state of mind, what Fukuyama refers to as megalothymia, or the pursuit of recognition as superior to others. This is distinct from isothymia, he says, or the need to be acknowledged as equal to others. Some Hegelians may agree with this, proceeding from the premise that idea has been in itself as something knowing from itself and actual. However, as I intimated earlier, I think there's a close relationship between identity and the political economy. And in this regard, Marx has got wise words to say: human beings developing their material production and their material intercourse alter, along with their real existence, their thinking and the products of their thinking. Lenin even puts it more bluntly to say people always have been foolish victims of deception and self-deception in politics, and they always will be until they have learned to seek out the interests of some class or other behind all moral, religious, political, and social phrases, declarations, and promises. Engels sought, I think, some synthesis of these approaches, Hegel and marks on the other, to say political, jurisdictional, religious views and other elements of the superstructure do influence the course of historical struggles. So you cannot say it's narrowly material determinants. Now I'll transpose these issues to an interesting South African experience that I think democratic activists often balk at interrogating. That is, their identities that attach to the hierarchy of apartheid oppression in relation to colored and Indian communities. I take it that colleagues in the relevant panels will reflect on the fact that whilst the apartheid system subjected all people to the jackpot of oppression and marginalization, slightly bigger crowds were allocated to these communities in terms of access to education, artisanal skills, spatial designations, and other quasi privileges. It is thus understandable in terms of voting patterns, especially in the earlier years of democracy, that the most marginalized within the colored and Indian communities perceived of the rise of the African majority as a threat to their social status, which they enjoyed under apartheid. The liberation movement found it easier to win the support of the middle and upper strata within the colored and Indian communities because they didn't feel that threatened, as distinct from the working class. But as we know, support within the Black middle strata as a whole, whether it's colored, African, or Indian, has generally declined for the ANC since 2009 for a variety of reasons. Today, elements of the hierarchy of apartheid marginalization persist, as the few Blacks who acquired quasi-privileges, such as tertiary education, were better able, earlier than everyone else, to take advantage of the socio-economic benefits of democracy. This includes what middle strata existed within the African population under apartheid, all creating generational reproduction of inequality, even within the Black community. The fundamental issue here is that in search of an evil or munificent mind, we can develop a racial reductionism that attributes specific attitudes as inherent to a particular group of people, while ignoring that fundamental question of material self-interest that drive such behavior. To the extent that the majority within the Indian and colored communities seek protection in political parties that pursue the sustenance of the hierarchy of social identity bequeathed from apartheid, to that extent should we, in trying to forge a united nation, pursue speedier improvement in the quality of life of all. In other words, the best antidote to centrifugal identities lies in thoroughgoing social transformation. Now, there are three additional dimensions of identity politics that I'm confident the panelists will continue reflecting. I've not helped. The first arises from the outcome of the 2024 elections, particularly the extent to which the demon of tribalism seemed to find alarming expression. Alarming because all of 30 years into democracy, mobilization on the basis of ethnic and language identity found fertile ground amongst Africans in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and Mpumalanga, and among colored voters in the Cape provinces. There may have been many factors at play, including the cult of personalities. But ethnic identity seemed to be at the core. In this regard, additional issues do arise. One of these is, which is a question one has been trying to grapple. If these outcomes in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and Mpumalanga were to a significant extent based on ethnic identity, why is it that a party such as the IFP did not benefit much from that sentiment? What one tries to draw from this is the conclusion that what was being experienced is a revolt of ethnic identity within the liberation paradigm. Perhaps in the same manner that some 100 years ago, the emergent trade union movement, the Industrial and Commercial Workers Union, ICU, fractured with the formation of EICU Yasenatan. And the ANC in the same period fractured into EANC Yasenatan, conjured up by disgruntled leaders. Thus, we find a multiplicity of impulses fused into a fascinating combination of identities and marshaled by opportunists. A false radicalism, a nativist anti-acculturation, and an ethnic megalothemia that I refer to from Fukuyama. While much of this may all be pretense and opportunism on the part of the leadership of such movements, it is an impulse that Mkandawire says arises from the erosion of faith in social justice, which gives room to the resurgence of the politics of identity that threatens the entire nation-building project. That is Mkandawire. In a faltering economy and stalled transformation process, this form of identity politics is bound to also attract criminal or lumpen elements among the poor and even crooked social elites. What is concerning about this is that in the same measure as the unity of the African people is the firm foundation on which the broader South African identity is constructed, a fracturing amongst Africans along ethnic lines will be the beginning of the end of the project of nation formation in South Africa. Thus, as we correctly take pride in our languages, culture, and traditions, we should also emphasize the overarching identity of being South African. We should also avoid an elite economic radicalism that seeks to direct the social benefits of liberation only to the Black elites. The second additional dimension pertains to what can be referred to, this is my own phrasing, as classless identity formation. Fukuyama says, and I'll quote him extensively, for the most part, 20th century politics was defined by economic issues. On the left, politics centered on workers, trade unions, social welfare programs, and redistributive policies. The right, by contrast, was primarily interested in reducing the size of government and promoting the private sector. Politics today, however, is defined less by economic or ideological concerns than by questions of identity. Now, in many democracies, he continues, the left focuses less on creating broad economic equality and more on promoting the interests of a wide variety of marginalized groups, such as ethnic minorities, immigrants, refugees, women, LGBT people, and so on. The right, meanwhile, has redefined its core mission as the patriotic protection of traditional national identity, which is often explicitly connected to race, ethnicity, and religion. He then concludes, the left's diminished ambitions for large-scale socio-economic reform converged with its embrace of identity politics and multiculturalism in the final decades of the 20th century. The left continued to be defined by its passion for equality, but its agenda shifted from the earlier emphasis on the working class to the demands of an ever-widening circle of marginalized minorities. That's where he ends. And from this description, one gets an impression of a global left that is at sea on fundamental issues of the political equation, while the right is ingeniously appealing to the base instincts of the working class, which, whilst being a class in itself, to paraphrase the classics, now largely falters as a class for itself. A major concern that seems to have added grease to the mill of right-wing mobilization and spooked the left is cross-border migration. On the one hand, a securitized approach seems only to deepen the sophistication of illegality, while turning a blind eye, particularly to irregular or illegal migration, generates conflict amongst the poor who are competing for resources. What is required, in my view, is a comprehensive project that primarily addresses the push and pull factors that unleash irregular migration. Now, having said all this, and given the other sub-themes on the agenda, does this mean that what I refer to as classless identity politics does not matter? Not at all. Youth, gender, sexual orientation, migrant identities, and so on, all those things define social status and visibility. They should be seen, in my view, as intersecting with and complementary to the fundamental question of political economy. The third and last additional dimension is about the insidious impact that state capture and pernicious corruption have had on the project of nation formation and identity politics. There is a multitude of economic, political, social, governance, and ethnic issues that have been thrown into bold relief by that woeful experience of state capture. But to the extent that it reinforced the stereotypes about Black people's incapacity to govern and Black venality, all these in inverted commas, state capture emboldened racists in our midst. It also had the effect of undermining the self-confidence of the Black people. And so the discourse of a new civilization and a more human face that Seme and Biko respectively referred to has effectively been undermined. Let's talk about today. At least in South Africa, confident pursuit of what we used to call the African Renaissance seems to have died as state capture. The social capital that attaches to the liberation and transformation identity has largely been squandered. Activism around the legitimacy of affirmative action and broad-based Black economic empowerment, even by the successful beneficiaries of these policies, when these programs are being assailed by revanchists in the courts, and across the oceans, is hardly visible. You can look at the BMF, the BBC, and others. Where are they as friends of the courts when these policies are being challenged? And so I would say the trauma of having historically been consigned to the status of inferiority seems to have been aggravated by the experience of state capture and corruption. What is required, in my view, is to revive the energy towards forging a South African nation united in its diversity and in pursuit of social justice. And forge it by exercising social agency. The elites and ruling classes across the globe are exercising their agency with much force and confidence. They have generated a trickle-up economics, trickle-up, never seen since the American Gilded Age. It's characterized by wealth excess and political corruption, all the while they corral the working people towards social self-immolation. A common human identity, in conclusion, should be forged in the fight for social justice. Whatever legitimate sub-identities individuals may have. I hope I've provoked you sufficiently.
Just warming up now, I think. I'm sure a lot of people want to make it out. Thank you very much, Joel, and thank you very much, Catherine, for your thoughts. I just want to say a special word of welcome to Ambassador Stanley. Made his presence felt already. He's been a veteran of the struggle, and he loves serving in hot spots. He served in Libya at the time of the collateral Gaddafi regime. He served in Syria. Any hotter than that. So good to have you. So the next speaker, there's a slight change in the topic that Kewa will be addressing. It's changed to Delulu is not the saloon, and she's going to explain that. and sub-theme, identity politics and the myth of reconciliation post-apartheid South Africa. So Dr. Mbebe is a lecturer at University of Pretoria and PhD candidate in the Department of Jurisprudence there. And she's in the Department of Philosophy. The doctoral research really interesting. It's titled Negotiation and Naturalization, Tracing the Doctrine of the Promotion of National Unity and Reconciliation. Examining continuity of, and she examines the continuity of colonial logics and practical transitional justice principles and mechanisms. Dr. Mbebe is a founding member of the Zane Philosophical Society, a multidisciplinary social sciences and humanities association for the advance of African philosophy and autonomous African thought. He's also the founder and convener of the Black Women Inter-University PhD Writing Circle, called the Red Gown Stock Fund. And I think some of us have heard of it and had admiring of this initiative, which serves as a hub for peer mentorship and support for Black women pursuing doctoral studies. So as you make your way to the podium, I want to emphasize that obviously throughout this discussions, we're going to keep emphasizing language is important. And I think some old bodies like us do slip into some binary use of language, and I've already been chided on my WhatsApp group that you shouldn't just start with ladies and gentlemen. So that there's just a settled binary that, and I don't want to also include anything around this being a heterogeneous, the heterogeneity of sexual identity. So having made those footnote and very important notes, over to you.
Just very much.
Program director.
And you can save some paragraphs for the Q&A session.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gail. Let me see if I can use the mic. Am I audible enough?
You don't really need it.
The title of my talk is "The Lulu is Not the Salulu: Identity Politics and the Myth of Union in Post-Apartheid South Africa." This paper interrogates the tension between identity politics and the post-94 project of social cohesion in South Africa. Politically, identity politics risks fragmenting solidarity. Theoretically, identities are seen as social constructions produced by domination of natural kinds. This debate takes on a particular urgency in South Africa, when the TRC sought to foster national unity through selective truth-telling and amnesty. I will hope to use the Azapo case to illustrate that amnesty provisions reflected a political compromise that prioritized reconciliation over justice, embedding neoliberal logic in suppressing calls for structural redress. Drawing on Arash Abizade's framework of myth, the TRC narrative is shown to operate through omission and embellishment, constructing a myth of social cohesion and union and masked enduring colonial dynamics. Ultimately, this paper argues that the promise of social cohesion rests on a foundational lie, a myth of union that obscures the persistence of injustice, the ongoing rejection of mass pretense. I will draw intermittently on the interim constitution, the TRC legislation, the Azapo case to make my observation. I hope to show eventually that the problem is not the status quo of a union without unity, but rather the delulu of unity without union. Supporters of identity politics historically believe that identities should be vital resources for knowledge and social change, that oppressed groups must lead their own struggles for liberation. Delulu means delusion, for those who are too. So Lulu is solution. But political and theoretical critiques now challenge this approach. Politically, identity politics is accused of fragmenting coalitions and fostering distrust across groups. Theoretically, identities are seen as social constructions, racial, gendered, sexual, or disabled categories produced by oppression rather than natural kinds. From this view, institutionalizing identity risks reinforcing division rather than overcoming it. The central debate is whether identity politics strengthens social justice or undermines broader solidarity and unity. In this paper, I hope to demonstrate how the concept of identity politics runs the risk of obfuscating the very real claims to justice of the indigenous people conquered in the unjust wars of conquest, and show that given the falsehoods of the nature of South Africa, the project of social cohesion can only unravel. So what is meant by social cohesion? We can look to constitutional values. The interim constitution played the role of creating the legal principles necessary to promote the political stability of the 1994 elections. In its own words, to be a historic bridge between the past of a deeply divided society characterized by strife, conflict, untold suffering, and injustice, and a future founded on human rights, democracy, and peaceful coexistence and development opportunities for all South Africans, irrespective of color, race, class, belief, or sex. In order to achieve the realization of this well-being and peace, and to transcend the transgression of humanitarian principles, quote, and violent conflict and the legacy of hatred, fear, guilt, and revenge,
Excuse me? I'm sorry. The speaker has been muted on Zoom, so the people on Zoom can unfortunately not hear the fascinating presentation. Can we unmute her again, please? Sorry.
The mic for the recording and also for the online audience.
Only.
Am I audible to the online audience?
Catherine, can you hear us now?
Yes, thank you very much. It was muted. It's fixed now. Thank you. You can also go on without the mic. It worked well.
Yeah. Wasn't about the mic. Okay. Sorry.
To reiterate the last sentence I said, the mandate of the TRC Act was to legislate and regulate the objectives, functions, and duties of this mechanism. It's on the grounds and justifications, the Amnesty Commission at that time, not even the TRC. It's on the grounds and justifications given by the interim constitution of society, mainly that transcending apartheid required reconciliation between South Africa. In 1996, a legal challenge emerged against a key aspect of South Africa's reconciliation project. AZAPO, joined by families of anti-apartheid martyrs, contested the amnesty provisions of the TRC. The heart of the dispute was Section 20, paragraph 7 of the TRC Act, which empowered the TRC to grant amnesty. Plaintiffs sought to have this provision struck down, viewing it as an unjust shield for those who had committed atrocities in the apartheid regime. This is because the TRC Act's power to grant amnesty was overarching and final. In the judgment, Judge Ismail Mohammed argues that amnesty was indispensable to the transition to a, quote, democratic society based on freedom and equality. This was for two reasons. Firstly, to utter the truth. For the above mentioned reasons, perpetrators had to be convinced that they would not be liable, they would not be held liable for their participation in the acts that they disclosed. Secondly, for a successfully negotiated transition, the terms of the transition required not only the agreement of those victimized by abuse, but also those threatened by the transition to a democratic society based on freedom and equality. The AZAPO judgment exemplified the ethical and legal dilemmas around amnesty, which the Constitutional Court positioned as crucial for transitioning to democracy by framing truth-telling as essential for healing and nation building. By constructing a shared national identity focused on overcoming the injustices of apartheid, the TRC Act asserts both the moral and epistemic validity of the new political order, including the AZAPO judgment. Critically, this aspiration towards healing and nation building would require the negation of a substantive rectification of historical injustice. Without the incentive of amnesty, Mohammed clarified, not only with the instantiation of a democratic society based on freedom and equality threatened, but so too with the negotiations to bring it about in the first place. Consider this quote from the judgment. Even more crucially, but for a mechanism providing for amnesty, the historic bridge itself might never have been erected. If the Constitution kept alive the prospect of continuous retaliation and revenge, the agreement of those threatened by its implementation might never have been forthcoming. And if it had, the bridge itself would have remained wobbly and insecure, threatened by fear from some and anger from others, end quote. Well, the bridge is wobbly and insecure, swaying in the wind. What we call identity politics might actually be the sign of an ontological rejection of mass pretense. White perpetrators and beneficiaries no longer care to pretend to be at ease with the blackness of Black presence, and the victims of colonialism no longer desire to be seen to be patient with a lie. The TRC was an exercise, I say, in making, selectively integrating truths and silences that meet the criteria of national unity and the idea of a common South African identity. Myth here would refer to a proposition that makes a historical or epistemic claim that is either epistemically unverified or unverifiable. Hence, historical myths are contrasted with those historical claims. Hence, historical myths are contrasted with those historical claims that are perceived to be fact or truth, which are verified or verifiable. The work of the historian, particularly in the transitional justice context, is thus popularly conceived of as consisting of establishing historical truth and deconstructing historical myths. For philosopher Arash Abizadeh, myths are structured historical narratives that shape collective identity by selectively presenting events in ways that serve specific social or political purposes, often for nation building. Myths can take various forms depending on the relationship between truth and omission, truth and embellishment, truth and falsification. Abizadeh refers to myths that make truth claims as myths as history, and myths of this type that make false claims as myths as lies. Moreover, there's the historical narrative termed myth as story, wherein the narrative is understood by the collectivity's members in literary terms, and its utility is in the meaning it provides. As such, the criterion of historical truth does not apply for myth as story. There are historical narratives that, in their selection of historical details, include embellishments and details about whose truth or falsity, about whose truth or falsity there is simply no evidence. Abizadeh refers to this form of narrative as myth as embellishment. This type of myth adds exaggerated or unsupported details to historical narratives to make them more compelling or ideologically powerful. While these details may not be strictly false, they lack evidential backing, leading to a skewed interpretation. That is myth as embellishment. A further category is myth as omission, which refers to that historical narrative that omits particular historical facts that would necessarily change our beliefs about events that are remembered. Abizadeh pointed out that even truthful narratives can be misleading by omission, especially when the omitted facts are ethically or historically significant, according to criteria either internal to the narrative itself or relevant to the current social context. The TRC Act, if we look at its preamble and its the rest of the Act action and its categories for what constituted truth and what constituted justice, can see that it propagated injustice to be in the form of human rights violations perpetrated during apartheid, post-1960, and pre-27 April 1994. And these were killings, abductions, torture, and acts of severe treatment. So the narrative that will show up, the narrative framework that would lead the TRC hearings and that would guide how the report was written was around this framework of cats, killings, abductions, tortures, acts of severe treatment. This narrative structure operated through multiple myth-making mechanisms. The ultimate purpose aligned with what Abizadeh describes as social utility. The telos of the discourse, he says, is to come to a socially useful understanding about history. In the TRC Act case, this social utility was specifically the promotion of national unity through reconciliation, rather than a purely forensic pursuit of truth. TRC Act engaged in myth as omission by selectively applying criteria based on CATS, which prioritized the social utility of national unity. This selective framing sought to convey a sense of closure regarding the past, omitting or downplaying details that disrupt this narrative, such as the persistent colonial power dynamics that jeopardize the characterization of apartheid as the primary problem in South Africa. Additionally, the TRC Act exemplified myth as embellishment through the inclusion of victim narratives, which aimed to evoke public sympathy and solidarity, regardless of their factual characters. That evocation of public sympathy and solidarity itself was not morally neutral or politically neutral. It was for the political project of legitimizing the current dispensation. Consequently, the writers of the TRC Act did not present the TRC narrative solely as an objective forensic account. Instead, truth was strategically framed to serve social utility. Okay. A more critical analysis suggests that the TRC's criteria resulted in a narrative that functions as a fabrication. According to Abizadeh, a myth as omission can produce a myth as lie. The facts or events it omits are significant in a new context in which the original narrative is now situated and deployed. This implies that even if the TRC reports individual details maintain historical accuracy, the selective omission of critical elements regarding apartheid's nature renders the overarching narrative effectively misleading. This observation does not primarily concern the narrative's historical position, as all historical narratives inherently contain mythical elements through their selective inclusion of historical details. No historical narrative can claim to present the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Rather, this observation about the omission of critical historical details addresses the fundamental criteria of selection. The justification for such selection rests on veracity alone, but on significance. The narrative crafted by the TRC report, omitted significant details about apartheid, particularly those related to enduring colonial power dynamics and their implications for present-day South Africa. So what we find is how some people refer to apartheid as colonial apartheid to show the continuation and persistence of colonial dynamics and colonial post-1950 South Africa. The fact of colonialism and conquest is not addressed in the preamble to the post-amble to the Constitution, not in the preamble to the TRC Act, and not in the preamble to the 1996 Constitution. And to understand South Africa, you cannot omit this major fact about what constituted the demographics of the territory we find ourselves in today. By excluding, and so this is where now we get into the area of myth as lie. By excluding these crucial elements, the narrative misrepresented the complexities of historical context. In the case of the TRC Act, the lie is not in the individual facts presented, but in how these selective truths create a false narrative about the nature of South Africa as a union. So the lie is also in how the scope of injustice is portrayed as individual acts of terror, while ongoing colonial structures are downplayed. This is tantamount to an unethical ruse, a political sleight of hand to the weaponization of a legally legitimated narrative that finds expression in the preambles of the transition project, including the TRC report, making its truth claims fundamentally deceptive despite their surface level of accuracy. Justice Mohammed in the Azapa judgment admits that the question of retributive justice is legitimate, as any decent human being must feel grave discomfort in living with a consequence which might allow the perpetrators of evil acts to walk the streets of this land with impunity, protected in their freedom by an amnesty immune from constitutional attack. However, in the same breath, he seeks to justify the same impunity by referring to circumstances in support of this course. And I refer to this here because it is a running theme, even in discussions about how to proper redress for conquest organization. In the same breath, he seeks to justify the same impunity by referring to circumstances in support of this cause. These circumstances, he argues, consisted of immense constraints on the need for justice to victims of past abuse and the need for reconciliation in the rapid transition to a new future, between encouragement to wrongdoers to help in the discovery of the truth and the need for reparations, the victims of that truth, and between a correction in the old and a creation of the new. A key constraint with this set of agonizing circumstances that led to the foreclosure of citizens bringing civil claims against perpetrators was, in Mohammed's view, the competing claims on the state's resources, pointing to the insertion of the logic of neoliberal concerns into the considerations of the drafters of the later constitutions. Notice how he doesn't refer to the constraints of the resources of the economic ruling class. Zappo's case illustrates how this ideological framework functioned. Since Mohammed's judgment constructed false dichotomies, portraying the transition as an unavoidable progression towards a just and political order, while acknowledging legitimate concerns for retributive justice, or even redistributive justice, Mohammed justified impunity by referencing supposed constraints and circumstances that necessitated it. The text highlights the manipulation of justice concepts in this framework, equating citizens' calls for justice, notions of retaliation, while bringing impunity as a necessary compromise. Trying to see what I can add in time.
It's fine. No, just carry on with your flow.
The TRC Act portrayed the political decisions taken in the early 1990s as a balancing act of false choices and as a judgment, depicting anti-colonial justice against transition and the old against the new. By naturalizing these political choices as necessary compromises, the framework included opportunities for authentic justice. Ultimately, the Azappo judgment case reveals that the transition could not be morally justified and that the TRC conceptual framework was based on a fabrication about the true nature of the constraints guiding the transition. The process was a self-conscious narrative construction intended to manage and suppress calls for justice. In the final analysis, the judgment revealed how the incoming dispensation was wielding the power of the law to negate dissenting voices and impose a liberal democracy without the consensus of the government. Okay, so government, especially if we look at the victims of colonialism and conquest, can be characterized or have been characterized as good victims versus bad victims, or reconcilers versus dividers. And I get that notion of good victims versus bad victims from Madlingo's. So I repeat, what is being called identity politics is actually an ontological rejection of mass pretense. White perpetrators and beneficiaries of colonialism no longer care to pretend to be at ease with the blackness of Black presence. Hence, we saw a delegation of individuals in the very White House earlier this year. And the victims of colonialism no longer desire to be seen, to be patient with the lie. The truth is, There was never any social post-95. What there was at the so-called transition moment, a phenomenon that has survived and thrived in the present day, is the demand for good victims of an unjust order. What we find is not the unraveling of social cohesion, but rather the unraveling of the myth of social cohesion or institution. Perhaps what we are seeing is the resurgence of an agency subtended by the will to resistance. Let's return to the example of the TRC. While it appears that the onus was on the perpetrators and investigators to reveal the truth, the knowledge of the truth by the victims was taken to be an assent to engaging in the process of reconciliation by responding to the revelations with forgiveness. Consequently, the expectation and pressure for victims to forgive their aggressors shows that the requirement for national reconciliation mediated by individual forgiveness does not concern catharsis of negative emotions, but rather purging. If we can remember, in the interim constitution and post-Anglo, social reconstruction requires understanding, reparation, not vengeance, not retaliation, not victimization. Victimization, vengeance, retaliation, bad. Ubuntu, understanding. Good. And so, while it appears that the onus is on the perpetrators and investigators to reveal the truth, the knowledge of the truth by the victims was taken to be an assent, or the reception of the truth was taken to be an assent to engaging in the process of reconciliation, responding to the revelations with forgiveness. We find this in the explanatory memorandum to the TRC Act as well. Reconciliation depends on forgiveness. Who is expected to forgive? Is someone who has to play this role. Consequently, the expectation and pressure for victims to forgive their aggressors shows that the requirement for national reconciliation mediated by individual forgiveness does not concern catharsis, but rather purging. The TRC did not require catharsis of painful emotions as it did a purging of resentful emotions. The difference between catharsis and a purge is that catharsis is an experience one undergoes, whereas a purge is an act. The act of purging carries with it a connotation of expelling impurity, while catharsis is a connotation of the psychological relief of pain. As an act, purging has a moral element, whereas catharsis does not. If purging is a moral issue, then this creates the possibility to label certain victims as doing something bad if they do not reject their resentment and impure emotions and desires such as vengeance, retaliation, and victimization. Trauma manifesting in feelings of anger and frustration and hate is to not only be neutralized, but also repudiated for the sake of building the nation, for the sake of social cohesion. If these victims become an obstacle to national unity and reconciliation in this way, then the logic can be stretched to say that in the ethical framework of justice as espoused by the logic of the TRC legislation and the explanatory memorandum, the resistance to or refusal to purge these impure emotions and desires is in itself a moral harm, no bad victim. Thus, not only are those victims who refuse to purge their resentful emotions bad in terms of their actions, which is the refusal to purge, but in terms of their character as well. In actual fact, the moral closure supposedly achieved through the recognition and acknowledgement of the violations suffered by victims could represent closure of psychological trauma, even where many victims may not have closure at that time, which constitutes the moral harm of forced silencing. And I'm discussing this to bring it back to this idea, this question: why don't we have social cohesion? This question comes from somewhere. It comes from an assumption that there's a timeline for relief or the healing of trauma. There's a timeline to now incorporate yourself and play your part in the nation. Once forgiveness is mediated by the state, as within the explanatory memorandum, and in the daily activities of the TRC. Forgiveness is no longer forgiveness proper because the agency of the victim is taken away and replaced with an obligation for the victim to overcome their impulse to justice. If forgiveness is fundamentally personal and involves the voluntary overcoming of resentful emotions, then it cannot and should not be mediated, that is offered or given on behalf of the offended party. If it is mediated, forgiveness ceases being forgiveness and becomes relinquishing the right of the offended party to blame the offender and claim restitution. While the victim's obligation to forgive may not necessarily be explicitly solicited or may not have been explicitly solicited, it was assumed to be forthcoming, which indicates that the logic of understanding in operation required the victim's obedience to the process of national unity under the presumption of the existence of a union. Here again, the motif of good versus bad victims rears its ugly head, but those who obey are good victims, while those who rebel are bad victims, who derail and paralyze the national project of transcending the past towards unity, well-being, and peace. Those who play building that imposes or involuntary acts on the victim, with the demand to purge their resentful emotions and close the books of the past. This imposition of a time of forgiveness of victims' testimonies and psychological processing of their own victimhood dismisses victims' unfolding trauma and the ongoing demand for redress. The same you can say of victim communities in South Africa. It's 2025. We're stronger together. Sasha Ngomezulu scored a try for us all. Unity in diversity. This imposition of forgiveness on victims' testimonies and psychological processing of their own victimhood, of victim communities, dismisses victims' unfolding trauma and the ongoing demand for redress. Not for something that is past, but for a structural injustice. It is also so not events. The events are cats, as within the TRC legislation. Rather, the structural, ongoing colonial dynamics that we find ourselves in today. That did not start with 1948 and 1994. This imposition of a time of forgiveness is also indicative of the depth of the assumption of the legitimacy of a union without consensus. An assumption that underlies the puzzlement behind the lack of social cohesion. You know, for a lot of people, the voter turnout in the 2025-24 elections, a very simple, lazy assumption is that people are apathetic, that they just don't care. We wouldn't have the level of protests we do if that were the case. Withholding one's vote, I think, is not sufficiently studied in South Africa. People are rebelling against the system by refusing to partake in the system. And that's also why many of the victims who would have qualified to be a victim's hearing to TRC didn't even bother applying to be a TRC hearings, because for them it would be a legitimation of the TRC. So what of social cohesion? Like Mr. Lechisense, I'll also give a long quotation. This one is by Prof. Tibo Madingozi again. The overwhelming constitutional drive towards the preservation of white people's material, psychic, and cultural interests, and the assimilation of Black elites into white society points to the fact that we are here dealing with a paradox we call constitutionalism without constitution. This is because the current constitution has not resulted in a state of constitution in one etymological sense of constar or constare, denoting to stand together. In other words, the construction of a distinctive post-colonial constitutional and societal we-ness has not taken place. To close, the call for social cohesion comes from the acquiescence to the norm of what I call unity without union. Without a reckoning with the historical facts of how the demographics on this territory came to be constituted through conquest and colonization, and who gets to live as a human being, as a subject or as a citizen of the polity. We can only expect the project of nation building to unravel. To expect social cohesion without social justice, in essence, is an exercise in Delulu. It is not the Salulu.
Yes. Wow, that was amazing. I kept writing notes, and then at one point I will quote everything she's saying. Listen to it. So thank you very much for that. I think, as I was saying, after the executive director spoke, we're warming up. Now we're really hotting up in such a pattern. So we're going to have a round of discussions now. I'm going to try and take a break a few minutes after 11:30. I know we've gone slightly over, but Carol, I think it was worthwhile. You're going through your entire paper. That's really good. Okay, and then after we've done a few in-person questions, we'll then go on online audience. So online audience, please feel free to start raising questions. I know there's about 100 people online. People ready to find a webinar like this. Please feel free to start sending your questions. And then the rule is working in tandem with Terry Shankowski would be giving us the rundown. Okay, hands up, anyone? And we can move to you.
Narration an experience.
Yes, and that's what Dango. Yes.
Experience in Libya. I was sitting one day in my hair out trying to understand what people speak the same language, the same religion, the same school of thought. Why are they killing each other? And the Algerian ambassador said, "We won't understand." And he went to fetch me a very old book written by Ibn Khatun, about solidarity and passion. What developed in Libya was a regional solidarity. They're all stealing the oil and all selling the oil. What gives them the reason to come back from government? There are 14 militias. There are 3 governments that are not recognized. But this is the result of also a NATO-led revolution supported by some governments. But particularly the messages were sent out by the Americans that was very, very anti-African, very, very pro-regional, and it was funded by the American NGOs and particularly their publications in Libya. So I think we need to be careful with our own NGOs that are being funded by the US, and the publications that are being funded by them, because it's promoting the vision. But they don't want to create the solution. They want to create the failed state. And we need to be careful before we end up with narrow nationalism, tribalism on the rise.
Thanks. I introduced Ambassador Danko in the special trial edition, but please, when you introduce yourself. Yeah.
I'd make it's Ismail, but there's to make a little comment on if something speaker said, or Sasha. I don't speak of something. Okay. Somebody he scored a try or something or did something. Somebody said on Twitter or something, referred to his the genius and exceptionalism of European heritage. And my first reply was, Why? No, I knew such as father, as grandfather. Sorry, why refer to his European exception? Yes. I think. So, you know, why do we praise as a, why praise? When do we decide this is what makes identity conversation so filled with evidence? Stronger miserable, I mean. I refer to his exceptions. You know, like specific words because think about the discussion, but his European exceptionalism.
Got it. Thanks. One person here, and then on this side.
Sure. Thanks, Gail. That was a really interesting.
I'll introduce yourself.
Oh, Sisebo Kumalo is the name. That was a very interesting paper. I think my question hinges on the project of myth making in the process of nation building, right? Nations are fiction, generally. Whether they are socially cohesive, whether they are socially desegregated, nations are a fiction. I'm fascinated by the South African, or certain quarters in South Africa, that attempt to style the project of South Africa as something that goes to exceptional from this process of mythification, of fictiveness, of fiction, right? So when you say there's good myth and when you say that there's bad myth, myth that's lie, I'm fascinated in what those distinctions do for the very project of nation as a fictive invention.
Yes.
So much here for your presentation.
Introduce yourself. Sorry.
About Father Nelson University. In terms of the idea of evolution, of the TRC, I always wonder in terms of, I think my question also comes from the growing pessimism. What could have been and what should have been. And I ask myself, without that moment being a transitionary moment, not permanent, but a transitionary moment, a bigger kind of a redistributive justice, what could have been the alternative? What was the alternative? If we're saying that this is mythical, but if we are saying that this was the means that unfortunately we may have frozen the country ourselves, and given the religious pose of TRC, I thought that we should have expected that forgiveness and extending my hand and all of that to be part of this delusion, because of this religious symbolism but also not freezing South Africanness to 1995. But I think that we should start thinking about what could have been the alternative if we're not being delusional on that day.
Take one or two more, and then I'll also speak with some. Catherine, I know is still online, so if there's any questions you wish to raise with the FES spectrum. Any more questions, please? Comments? You don't have to ask only questions, you can comment as well. Think so? Go for it, Annette. I always know you have an opinion.
It's just the inputs have been wonderful. Thank you so much. And yes, truth. Well, I want to pick up on what Uncle Jones had to say about the relationship between material and ideology. So you know, and how ideologies, whether it's delusional or not. So, you know, whether unpacking one relationship and how that has determined. I mean, let's take the idea of nominations. There was a time when it was actively organized by many different forces. But that stopped. Somehow stopped. First of all, the sort of white right wing, which we call the DA, tried to take it to the you know, and seemingly the liberation movement still there in the documents, but it's not there in reality. One doesn't fully understand that is the case. Maybe yes, it is because, you know, it's important, but the liberation movement should seem to stand with those that have been oppressed and denied access to material wealth. But I'm not sure if that fully explains it. Maybe, so I'd be very interested to hear from how they see that. Even the issue of, you know, we used to say class, race, gender. Long before the term intersectionality even came up internationally. What's that now? You know, I've been attending at some workshops and so on. Was the idea that it's seen as on a stage because we don't have political education. Political education, no mention of class, no mention of nominations. Just as an example, and I'm sorry to just to also add to the so what is happening there? Thank you.
Your name is?
My name is Annette Chris.
Okay, anyone else here?
My name is David. I'm originally from a country that might become the fifth state. And so my identity kind of comes from this weird semi-metropolitan genocide against Indigenous, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I've lived probably a third of my life here at UKZN and at UJ. I think both speakers. The big problem is globally and locally. We do not have a teleology anymore. There's no teleology to use Gramsci's term that everybody uses too much. There's an interregnum, but there's no endpoint. There's no liberal endpoint. There's no Marxist endpoint. The people in the United States who analyze terrorism now, they've got a new category. Nihilism. No left, no right. It's these people like the guy who killed Charles Kirk. It's a total amnesia, no expectations. The world's going crazy. There's a new mode of production coming in that we don't even understand. Well, I think this brings in the material and the ideational quite nicely. And of course, South Africa with its dreams could, you know, it's probably in a better position than a lot of other places today. Dialogue or whatever. So that's kind of a question and a comment.
What else? Maybe I'll ask Carol.
This one
From there or here?
I can speak from here.
Yeah, and remember the sound system's great here. So wherever you are, we can hear.
I just want clarity from Annette. In one question, in one sentence, what's the question?
What has happened to the population? What has happened to the ideology of the liberation? Number two, and I'm talking about in practice, not necessarily in policy documents. Also, yeah, let's leave it at that.
And David, your question is?
Where's the teleology? Where are we going? What mode of production and reproduction ideologies were original? Yes, that the world has been in the last 25 years. Since let's say since the advent of the universe.
Who's we? Where are we?
That's for us to decide. We don't pursue.
The Mr. Sensor will respond to it.
You don't have to respond to all of these or any of them.
Okay, so Siseka, your question was, nations are by nature fictive. And South Africa is not exceptional in this case, but there's some argument for it to be exceptional in that sense. And there's this idea of good myth versus bad myth and so forth. So what do we want for
What's the project in the distinctions of good and bad myth?
Oh.
Do we accept that the project of the nation is a fiction?
Okay. The project, I think, the project is justice. This, or the myth-making work of historical or conventional narratives is not, it's for the sake of constituting a polity, right? And I don't think there's any constitution that uses a narrative to self-consciously create an unjust state. Okay, now let's think of South Africa, 1910. For them, justice was the Boer and the British are superior. This is what we deserve, this justice. So I say self-conscious. So they, for themselves, deserved to be the rulers of South Africa. Use the narrative for that. So when we talk about good myths and bad myths, I don't want to think of them in a moral sense of, but thinking of for the sake of justice and liberation. What is an acceptable myth? What is an unacceptable myth? From the logic of substantive justice and liberation. And so South Africa, as a nation, oh, no, wait, I don't believe South Africa. And so if we are to create an acceptable polity on this territory beyond colonial borders, the governing logic should be justice. What is acceptable and what is unacceptable according to the dictates of justice? Knowing that narratives are by nature mythical to a certain extent, but there is unacceptable norms and acceptable norms. The project should be justice, because history is by nature selective. But there's some things that, like I wanted to make very clear here. Myth as omission becomes myth as a lie, because there are certain facts, historical facts, that have not been, like Ramusa would say, have not been graduated to heuristic facts. The fact of conquest and colonization by God is a historical fact. Why are we not recognizing this in the so-called supreme law of the land? It's just like the Freedom Charter. South Africa belongs to all who live and work in it. We recognize as the injustices our people have been dispossessed of whose hour. There's this clinging to delusion by being ambiguous about who the victims and the perpetrators are here, out of the fear that you will jeopardize social. You see what I mean? And so it's not a problem so much that there's mythical elements to historical narratives, because every historical narrative has a mythical element. What is an acceptable omission? What's an acceptable, and what are the results of that? And the result of that are we are seeing, I believe we are still in the same place Nico was observing at his time, a bifurcation between conqueror and conquered. We are still in a place mentally physically, like I like to use this example of a rugby match. I myself don't know what they're kicking and why. I know they're kicking a ball. I know it's a try. But I get so sad when it's in South Africa plays and I see all checkers is green and yellow. There are all these symbolic things, to show that we're together, we're really stronger together. But we are not stronger together because after the rugby match, someone is going there to a squatter camp. Someone couldn't even make it into the stadium. Someone is going to a mansion. That is not stronger together. That's the delusion I'm talking about. The delusion of having a national anthem that has disdain in it, and then saying social cohesion. You see what I'm saying? And then I hope that's answered your question. And Barbara, you said, what could have been the alternative to the transition movement? And have we not frozen the country in it? Perhaps. Can I turn that question on to you? Who said it could have been an alternative to the transition?
And you don't have to answer it now. We've got the whole day. You've taken up a lot of time with your presentation. So they'll be running a little bit behind schedule. So, do you want to respond to anything else?
Yeah, I'll be.
Okay, I'll just say this, Barbara. And I get this again from the work of Mkhwebane, that South Africa was created in 1910 as a union against the indigenous people and exclusive of the indigenous people. The same thing happened in 1996. From 1990, in the late 80s actually, to 1996 with the juristic organization of the constitution and of the polity. Ubuntu is mentioned in the interim constitution to placate those who were in danger of being angry. Ubuntu is not required of those who had nothing to give up. And then it's not there in the final constitution. Why? You see, what we suffer here is a frightening lack of imagination, so that our children and our children's children will be asking the same questions over and over again, because we are asking them within a paradigm that was never designed to respect African humanness. And so when we ask this question, what could have been the alternative? From an African standpoint, having complete assurance that our own epistemologies and moral frameworks are enough to come up with a just constitution. What could we have done? And that's why I wanted to frame the question back to you. Because a lot of times, I'm not saying that this is what you're doing, but a lot of times when people ask this question, they're actually making a statement like, well, it was either that or we've won the whole thing. All right. Which is interesting because those who threatened to bar are not those who are being told to have Ubuntu. You know what I'm saying? So I think the question reveals that we have a crisis of imagination. And we talk about decolonization and Africanization, but we're not really taking the seriousness of these concepts to the heart of the matter, the constitution, the constitutioning of this polity. We need an alternative imagination if you want an alternative outcome.
Thank you. And the debate's going to continue after the break.
Yeah, no, I'll try to be very brief. Yes, to reflect on some of the questions. From the ambassador, I think the lesson that you are transmitting is that even in instances where there may be certain levels of unity, it is possible that there could be attempts to generate discord from the outside. I will not risk being taken to court, but can hint that there are many pointers to the fact that even with regard to the last elections, some of the funding parties that are responsible for the ethnic divisions might have come from outside the country. on identities and Sasha Mngolizwi, can I claim his other identity? That his father was a member of the ANC and the South. Is it grandfather in the South African Communist Party? I'm not sure whether they will continue cheering him if that is widely known. Then there is the matter about the TRC and the myth of reconciliation and so on. I suppose as we address these matters, we also need to take into account what were the tactics that were required to take us across the bridge. So if the bridge, I'm using it differently now, remains behind wobbly, we need to adopt now new methods to ensure that that tactic is replaced by more profound programs of social transformation. So the bridge was not meant to be a permanent entity. It was a means to cross to the new side and then depend social transformation. One of the issues where I think some of the panelists will address, which has intrigued me, is that even in the context of access to skills that has now been attained in the various places of work, and particularly in mining and places such as ESCO, we have not succeeded in uniting the South African working class across space. And the question is why? Has it to do with the other secondary identities or the weaknesses of the trade unions? And lastly, on the issue of teleology or ideology or whatever that is it the fundamental question about what Gramsci said about hegemony, but also Marx about the ideas of the ruling class being the dominant ideas in any society, except that that can be challenged through social agents by the other classes and strata in societies. One of the things that I'm particularly critical about is that in spite of the changed social situation, I would want to call it social system, in spite of the fact that maybe some elements from the Black community can claim to be part of the ruling classes in the South African setting. The content of our curriculum at basic education level and even at tertiary level has not changed to reflect that reality. So we are bringing up a new generation that does not have the outlook contained in the Constitution, not only about non-racialism, but also about the other generations of human rights in the Constitution, economic, social, gender, and other ones. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, great start to the long days, lots of dialogues and conversations. We wanted to present online, but what we've agreed is that we'll pick it up in the next session so that the people can have a bit of a tea break now. But let's get back together at 11:50. Okay, and then we'll start with the next panel. Remember, we can always go back and forth. We can always raise these issues later on. Thanks. Wonderful stuff.
Look at MISTRA. On our own.
I've been hiding.
Okay. So I feel in some cases, today's gathering is a gathering of my friends. And I've been getting them from all parts of the country, especially. So the panel chair for the next session, which is Team Post-Apartheid Identification, is an old friend of mine. We first met in 1992, and we've been in touch ever since. So Professor Hein Willemse is a member of the MISTRA's Council of Advisors and a retired professor of literature and literary theory. And he's a graduate of the University of the Western Cape, where he did his BA, MA, and PhD. Got his both his BA and MA cum laude. He also holds a master's degree in business management, or MBL, from UNISA. And he had lectured at various South African institutions, but ended his teaching career at the University of Pretoria. As a visiting professor, he taught for extended periods at universities across Africa, Europe, and Central and North America. He's a former president of the International Society for the Oral Literatures of Africa, published extensively of South African literature, and received several awards. He has served as a trustee and board member for multiple NGOs and media companies, and is a columnist at Netwerk 24. Over to you, Prof, and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haben. I've got one or two announcements to make before we start. And we had a fascinating discussion in the previous session. And if you want to, continue that debate, you certainly have time afterwards to do that. And I would advise you to keep your comments and questions and so on until later, until the end of this particular panel. Now, it's my privilege to introduce our first panelist. We're not going to have Prof. Ntsebeza today. He's absent, so we'll probably have some discussion about the traditional leaders and their sector within society. So we'll also keep that in mind. But our first panelist today is Tessa Dooms, who's going to speak about exploring colored identity and affiliations. Now, she is a sociologist and a political analyst, and she's got 15 years of experience in government and civil society and the private sector. And she's currently a director at the Rivonia Circle. She's also a trustee of Cohesion Trust, and she holds a master's degree from WITS in sociology. And she has recently written, I think 2 years ago, a book on what they entitled Colored, or she co-wrote a book called Colored. Tessa, may I invite you to address us, please? You've got about 10 to 12 minutes. Is Tessa there?
Yes. Hello, everyone. So I wanted to start off by making a few disclaimers. One is that talking about colored identity or colored identities is not a conversation for me about purely a racial identity. And I think that that's something I want to foreground in this conversation, because I think one of the things that, and this is the reason why when Lindsay and I wrote our book, we spoke about how classification became culture, is that one of the things with conversations about colored identity is that it becomes quite a limiting conversation when the entire conversation is about colored and racial classification and the colonialism and that. And that part of the work that we've tried to do is talk about colored identity as the cultural work that has been done by people who have come to be classified as colored. And so I want to put that out as the first thing that I want to say. The second is that the way in which colored identity right now is finding a lot of discussion, a lot of debate. There's been a resurgence in the last 10 or so years of a real kind of contestation around colored identity in the post-apartheid period has been very complex and difficult. But I think a very important thing is that colored people are not simply, or people who identify as colored, or people who have been classified as colored at any point, aren't simply sitting around not doing their own kind of identity work. There's a lot of engagement that is happening. And again, when we wrote, we realized that not a lot of that is making it into mainstream spaces. And so I want to say that I'm not here as a representative of all voices that are discussing colored issues or colored identity issues. And the view that I'll put forward is one that I defend, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the other views that exist in the space. But I think it is an under-researched, under-explored, and underutilized space in terms of public discourse. And a lot of that is because when people want to discuss colored identity, they're often shot down. There's a shooting down of it that says just the mere use of the word colored delegitimizes your talk about colored identity. And that's I think will be one of the problematics that we have, is that we cannot explore what people mean by colored, what they're grappling with, what the issues are, because especially around progressives, this is the action that says, no, this is an illegitimate term, and therefore we don't discuss it. The problem with taking that viewpoint is that an illegitimate term does not mean an illegitimate people. There are real people behind that word, and then when we shut down conversation about colored identity, we are shutting down an entire grouping of people, multi-generationally, from being able to surface what their issues are and surface what their complications are. And I think this is not only about colored people, but I think colored communities have to demonstrate a particular version of this in South Africa. We are, I think, and I missed Joel's input, but I've read some comments online about Joel's input here today. That's how the information age works. But we are in the post-apartheid era in a place where we are not necessarily addressing certain things because we've become taken for granted. The Constitution is a taken for granted. Non-racialism is a taken for granted. There are too many taken for granted. And we stopped having those conversations very early on. And then when those issues that we didn't talk about start to surface in society, we're alarmed and we're clutching our pearls. But did we actually do the work of actually dealing with the issue of identity in this country? And I'm glad that you spoke about the TRC, because I do think the TRC is one of those kinds of issues, but it flows in history moments for us. But what is the real frozen in history moment for talking about identity politics in South Africa today? It's actually the idea of a rainbow nation and non-racialism as a taken for granted. The DRC was actually about political violence, it wasn't about race. We've actually not had the discussions about race and race politics and the way in which race politics has changed and stratified our lives and continues to do that. And a grouping like colored communities are bearing the brunt of that, because what we have done is it invisibilizes a lot of people's struggles, their issues, and their fears. So when we decided to write a book, that Lindsay and I wrote, Colored Our Classification Became Culture, it was based on a moment that happened in Alvarado Park in the year 2021, where a young man named Nathaniel Julius was murdered by the police. And it was around the same time that George Floyd was murdered by the police in the US. And so Black Lives Matter was trending in the US. And in Alvarado Park, Colored Lives Matter started to trend. And myself and Lindsay were both, because we're both in media spaces, were both asked to comment on this. And the two questions that we kept getting asked that I realized were very disconcerting to me is, why are people still using the word colored? And why are colored people angry? Both of those things I thought were self-explanatory. Number one, people are using the word color because what other word are they meant to use? When did we do the work of saying this is how we're going to deal with what identity issues colonialism and apartheid gave us? Now, the easy answer for that is the Black consciousness movement. That's the easy answer. But the Black consciousness movement does not go far enough in helping people understand what do I then mean when I say I'm Black versus everything else that I am. Because accepting that I'm Black as part of a political identity, by the way, is also, we've not done the work of conscientizing people on Black consciousness. So we just say, you should just say you're Black. What does that mean? People need to know what it means as an identity in order to take that identity on. But we don't explain it. We just say, you should say you're Black. That's the politically correct thing to do. That's the progressive answer. But if being Black doesn't mean anything to me, then I can't say I'm Black just because you said that that's the right answer. And so I don't think we've done that work. But also, you haven't asked me what color means to me. And why I continue to use it is because it still holds meaning. Now, the meaning for me as, I think, a pretty progressive, pretty educated, conscious, politically versed person who still uses the word colored quite happily, is because the word colored to me is a descriptor of a community and a cultural set of norms and identities that I grew up into and in. So I often say, Purwood didn't give me the term colored. My mother gave it. My mother and my community that called me colored. And it's the meanings that they ascribed to the word colored that are the meanings that I say when I say it. So everybody was following the title of yours. The title of yours was really, Tana doesn't have words to describe why she does her hair the way she does, other than that she's colored. Because there was cultural work that was done as a response to the violence of colonialism and apartheid's name. There was cultural work that was done. And for some reason, everybody else gets to claim their cultural work except other people. So in the face of Black consciousness, somebody can be Black and Xhosa, and that's celebrated. But somebody can't be Black and colored because there isn't a recognition of any cultural work that goes beyond the word colored. Even though entire communities, through violence, were put together and forced to make community and culture. And so we then don't get that work valued because of its genesis. But the truth is, the genesis of all of our identities has got some sort of either genesis or interruption by colonialism, by whiteness. In fact, Blackness would not exist if whiteness had not come to be. So I just thought it was obvious. But the other obvious reason why the word colored is still in use is because I do not believe that we have done sufficient work in post-democratic South Africa to make those terms meaningless. So we're still going to use it on forms because we understand that redress is unfinished. You cannot then scold me for using it in my life if redress is unfinished. And so I was confused that everybody was clutching their pearls at the use of the word because there's meaning attached to it that I don't think anybody bothered to ask people who still use the word. Then the question about why colored people are angry came up. And again, I'm like, but we live in South Africa, everyone there. We are all angry. But I realized in that question, there was a question about the legitimacy of colored people to be angry. There was something in that, particularly from other Black communities, that was saying, you don't have the right to be angry because you were a beneficiary of apartheid's divisiveness. And so on that basis, you are delegitimized in your anger in this post-apartheid moment. And that for me struck me because I realized there is an unspoken war of hurt and oppression that is happening in South Africa today. And in fact, if you see the rise of white nationalism in the last few years, the oppression Olympics that South Africa is engaged in deepen. And everybody wants in on it. Because the most oppressed are rewarded. That's where we are. That's what redress is about. And so if you can prove oppression and deep oppression, you then will go up the chain of who needs to get benefit. Now, this is an unspoken consequence of what we've done in the South African, post-apartheid South Africa. And it's something that we're going to have to address, not just colored identities, but for all identities. Because if we continue to create a sense that we are in some sort of Olympics to prove oppression, to prove poverty, to prove marginalization, we are going to continue to create senses in which we have to divide in order to conquer. So,
Tessa,
yes,
your time is up. I'll give you another minute or so.
I'm gonna be very quick. I promised I was gonna actually be 5 minutes, and now I've got that. But I want to end with two things. One is the rise of colored politics and why it has been so easy for the PAs, the NCCs, and so forth to emerge. The real reason is that we were all pretending like race was not a real material issue or political issue for the longest time. And that's what non-racialism meant in a lot of ways, that it was characterized politically. And so in Trumpian style, to be able to point out the lie of the mythology is looked at as courage. And that courage is rewarded with political votes to the PA. For pointing out something we can all see is obvious, that we're still racially divided and not undone the work of apartheid. And that means even the worst amongst us, if we just do the simple work of pointing out the lie, then we won't accept it. We will get political reward. But the other thing is that we need to actually get into the imagination work and what is the end goal work. And I think one of the end goal and imagination work that is possible in terms of identity politics in this country is the work of reclamation. We need to allow people and encourage people to reclaim the ability to identify themselves. To say what it is they mean when they say, I have this identity or that identity. What they're trying to say, what they're trying to find identity in. And this is where I say, where Black consciousness left us, intersectional feminists have picked us up. And intersectional feminism gives us the opportunity to say, we are more than one identity. And we have the ability to shape and claim and reclaim and remake our identities. And so the work is not about saying, I get to be colored or I get to be Black, but I get to be the person who determines for myself what identities I hold and what those identities mean. And that means that we also then have to do away with and think about how are we going to categorize in society after the classification pilots that we've had in our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tessa. Our next panelist is Christy van der Westhuizen. Is Christy there? Or
Yes.
she's online? Okay. Now, Christy is an associate professor of sociology at UWC, University of the Western Cape. She's a former journalist at Vrye Weekblad, and she wrote on, or she's still writing on, identity, race, and gender, and democracy in South Africa. And she's the author of a number of books. Most recently, a study on the Handbook of Critical Studies on Whiteness. And previously, she wrote White Power and the Rise and the Fall of the National Party. And the second book, Sitting Pretty. Welcome, Christy.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Hein, and thank you so much to MISTRA for inviting me to be here today. I really am enjoying the conversations so much so far. I think it's we're really speaking into very, very powerful questions at this moment. So thanks for also allowing me to be here. And without blowing a trumpet, but I think I should point out I'm now a full professor at I've been asked to reflect back to the previous roundtable that was held on Afrikaners and whiteness. That was November 2015, so almost exactly 10 years ago. And it was a roundtable that was convened. I looked obviously at the very fantastic publication that came out of it. So there is a publication that you can have a look at. I think I was already said it's downloadable from the website. And I had a look at it again. And at the time, it was convened to address the question of accountability in relation to history, politics, economy, and culture. And Joel introduced us at the time, to the topic at the roundtable, and he afterwards, in his introduction to the publication, he talks about how one found at the roundtable what he called a multifaceted effort to scrub energetically boundaries that apartheid South Africa imposed on us all. Beautiful way of actually describing also what we've already started to engage with today here at this roundtable. My presentation at that roundtable was focused on possibilities for the democratization of Afrikaner identity in the post-apartheid era. And I asked specifically the question, what are Afrikaans white people doing with this newfound prosperity? Specifically, we look at white people. So as we know, white people have flourished in the post-apartheid era, economically speaking. Which to my mind adds even further duty, apart from the duty that comes out of the historical benefit that white people truly from apartheid. So at the time, I identified 3 responses from Afrikaners to South Africa's emergence into democracy. And I put them, accordingly, as in the first place, the Afrikaans African nationalists, the Neo-Afrikaner or Afrikaans Enclave nationalists, and the Afrikaans South Africans. So the Afrikaans African nationalists are basically just what remained of the National Party that was absorbed into the African National Congress. The Afrikaans South Africans are Afrikaans South Africans and Afrikaners, because of the plurality of Afrikaners that recognize their privilege due to their positioning as white in the racist organization of apartheid, and they are engaged in practices of critical reflection and so forth. And this is a grouping that I've written about, and Melissa Stein as well, in a fantastic book, Whiteness Used to Be, so reflects on this particular grouping, which is there. Just underline. But I spent more time on the Afrikaner Enclave neo-nationalists at the time. And I described them as the most vocal of groupings among Afrikaners. And therefore, those who are frequently positioned by other South Africans as representative of. And this is something that comes up a lot. This last year, for example, there was a so-called Afrikaner declaration. If you look at who that, this group also claims for themselves the Afrikaner identity exclusively. And if you look at the Afrikaner declaration, it's basically solidarity, and its various permutations that's got various manifestations in other organizations as well. And that's basically the grouping who also claims for themselves Afrikaner identity exclusively. So their historical lineage can be traced back to the Frontes, who were those Afrikaners who were in support of the Woerdian apartheid and represented historically by the Stichting Nasionale Partij, which is the refounded National Party, the Conservative Party, the Mineworkers Party, the Afrikaner Weerstandsbeweging for Afrikaner Resistance Movement. So in the post-apartheid period, this particular grouping remained committed to the hierarchies and inequalities that have historically produced and maintained refurbished apartheid. And I argue that hierarchies and inequalities are reproduced in class-based enclaves with very specific versions of sexuality, gender, and race that create an exclusive and excluding configuration. I also referred to this concept that I also use in my book, Sitting Pretty, one of Council in the post-apartheid South Africa, which is concept of inward migration, where you see that there's a withdrawal from shared spaces as much as possible. It happens at a very local level. You don't have to go to Orania to see it. You can actually see it in very particular suburban settings in South Africa. And this is augmented by a virtual white Afrikaans world, which is created through the plethora of Afrikaans cultural products that have been spawned by reinvented liberal Afrikaans organizations. I pointed also to a convergence between the Verkramptes and the Verligters. So the Verkrampte basically just means reactionary. The Verligters, or the so-called enlightened, the Verligters were basically the grouping that supported apartheid reformism. And it's most identified with P.W. Botha as a political figure. These are the people who were agitating for apartheid to be reformed from the early 1970s to better suit the capitalist project and the long story as short as possible. So we see these two groupings actually meeting under the sign of consumption, because that's a very interesting other dimension of this enclave neo-nationalism. It's got a very strong neoliberal impetus. You see that this enclave neo-nationalism hinges basic precept of capitalism, which is of course private property, and it's enabled by the wholesale privatization and monetization of life. Individuals become Afrikaners by being consumers of Afrikaner spaces, culture, and also an anti-politics. Afrikaner identity is enacted through consumption. And we see here Solidariteit and AfriForum really stepping forward as the masters of trade in Afrikaner identity. There are these 21st century versions of those cultural entrepreneurs who 100 years ago cobbled together what known as that. So I spoke also at the time of how these 21st century neoliberal neo-nationalists have availed themselves of the reconnection of South Africa into global slippage of knowledge to draw on neoliberalism, neo-racism, neo-sexism, postmodern return to the local that Stuart Hall writes about, to legitimize and reupholster their enclave nationalism. Of course, we are now seeing the culmination of that globally, with Trumpism using Afrikaners as a resource for its own political project. But I will talk about that just after. So the enclave nationalists have historically looked to global north whiteness for guidance, as their predecessors did. As I mentioned, the globally dominant Anglo-American rationality of neoliberalism is articulated with remnants of Afrikaner nationalism to infuse these remaining movements. So we see then on the global north, you see the reinvention of racism as culture and heterosexism as family values in this version of Afrikaner nationalism. I'm not doing it time. Just check this one. Why?
You've got about a minute and a half, Christy.
Well, okay. That's a conscientious speaker. Just the family values trope that, of course, has been used globally to roll back against feminist and queer activism, and is now most noticeable in the whole anti-gender movement. At the time, Dirk Herman van Solidariteit said in his address to the Roundtable that, I quote, "I cannot and I do not want to go anywhere else. I do not have a colonial motherland that would send planes when things go wrong here." This is what Dirk Herman said at the Roundtable 10 years ago. Now, as we all know in this room, this has changed unexpectedly. In the White House under Donald Trump, started to identify Afrikaners as victims of a white genocide in South Africa. Suddenly, Afrikaner neo-nationalists did have a colonial motherland in the form of economic camps. Infamously, our president had to listen to Trump repeating the falsehood of white genocide over and over again. If you watch that whole interaction from beginning to end, Trump just, it's like a stock record, just keeps saying it over and over again, while also forcing people to watch misrepresented media materials in the Oval Office. Afterwards, we as South Africans, generally, I think, thought that we did well in the Oval Office, especially compared to the neo-imperial entrapment that Zelensky valiantly confronted in that very same space. But our subsequent difficulty in achieving even a vaguely fair bilateral trade arrangement and the continuing explicit hostility from the White House, combined with the first load of so-called Afrikaner victims being delivered to the United States, show otherwise. Most recently, at the end of August, the White House released another statement in which South African organizations were again explicitly fingered, this time with direct attempted intimidation of academics also not so. Meanwhile, various laws have been tabled in the US Congress pertaining to Afrikaners. All other refugee programs have been stopped. That is, programs to admit people who are fleeing actual harm and possible death have been stopped. But a concerted efforts are made to draw Afrikaners to the United States with the propaganda of white genocide. Why is there this Trumpian obsession with Afrikaners? That's the question that I've been grappling with. Firstly, we are in the realm of the so-called cultural war, an American phenomenon in which battles over the full social recognition of previously exploited, excluded, or marginalized populations, such as women and Black and queer people, are reduced to symbol only. But as we've already said this morning to each other, there's a direct link between the symbol and the materials, symbolic and the material. And this question of the
Christy, may I ask you to wrap up, please?
I'll do so in this question of recognition as a direct material dimension. In this American war over symbolization, which determines material relations, the symbolic cachet of Afrikaners seems significant. We are the white people who stood for the last existing form of direct colonialism, that's apartheid. By painting us as victims of Black people under democracy, a few inversions are achieved which reconjure colonial stereotypes. Actual Black victims become perpetrators, democracy becomes suspect, and the end of apartheid, inversely, becomes a loss of white civilization. It fits perfectly with the conspiracy being driven in the global north about the so-called Great Replacement, in which far-right white nationalists, brown and Black immigrants, were part of a plot to rid European countries of white people and their cultures. Drawing the lens wider, we must ask ourselves what is ultimately lost. Neoliberalism, with its demolition of society, we have to remember Thatcher saying there is no such thing as society, and forced harsh exclusions to the point of the superfluousness of vast swaths of populations. In the age of technology gone rogue, both the working classes and the middle classes are being destroyed. Neoliberalism has brought many, if not all, human societies to a social breaking point. With the extreme concentrations of wealth at the pinnacle of social pyramids, global elites have the resources to double down on the gains of neoliberalism. And this they are doing through fascism. That's what we are fighting now. In that, fascism, of course, white supremacism is a key plank. And in this global white supremacist project there, Afrikaners are being trotted out as mascots or bit players at worst in the global reassertion of white supremacy. And I just want to end off with a quotation from Achille Mbembe at the Roundtable 10 years ago, when he said that we thought that with the end of apartheid, we could transcend politics of identity and difference, that we could conflate nationalism, what is called the celebration of difference. But we have to find a different way of dealing with the question of identity, but highlighting not difference, but commonality. We cannot be celebrating our differences That's what apartheid wanted us to do. What we have to celebrate is what it is that we share, and what we share is our common humanity.
Thank you very much, Christy. My apologies for cutting you short. Our next speaker is Maggie Govender. She was a member of the Natal Indian Congress. She participated in the United Democratic Front, and she was an ANC operative during the apartheid years. And from 2009 until 2011, she served as MEC for Human Settlements and Public Works in KwaZulu-Natal. Welcome, Maggie.
Thank you very much. When I was asked to do this topic, which is political identity of South African Indians, I was a bit taken aback because I find it difficult to put myself in that category. I see myself as South African, and my children do the same. But going back to the stuff that we did, and I've been very active within doing work within the predominantly Indian communities, I realized that there are a lot of issues. All of us, of course, were flabbergasted in 1994 when the Indian community voted overwhelmingly for a party that represented apartheid. We couldn't understand that because as the Natal Indian Congress, as part of the UDF, as part of the ANC, we had done a lot of work, and we had been involved with things like service delivery and civil society protests, a whole range of things. So this vote really threw us. And I think one of the most soul-destroying things was sitting in a voting station, hearing this one woman, calling out NP, NP, NP. I think it destroyed all of us in the week that counting occurred. And something that, up to now, we've not recovered from as activists. But having said that, you need to look at that community, the Indian community, and understand that it's not a homogenous community. When people look at the Indian community, with the saris and traditional gear, very few Indian women actually use that on an everyday basis. Neither do they speak with outshore accents, which
Colleagues, we cannot hear anything anymore online. I'm not sure if the speaker has been muted.
Good afternoon, everyone. For some reason, the Zooming cameras got kicked off together with the sound, but we are reconnecting. Apologies for that. Thank you.
Just grouping of people in the province after the African people is the Indian. So there's always the contestation, there's always the tension, there's always the fight, and particularly in a situation where there's a struggle for resources, there's a struggle for economic development, there's a struggle for jobs, there's a struggle for places at tertiary institutions. It becomes quite stark. I think the Indian community also, is quite proud of a history of being involved in the anti-apartheid struggle. The Natal Indian Congress and the Transvaal Indian Congress were part of the Congress Alliance, part of the Defiance Campaign, part of the UDF, part of the Mass Democratic Movement. So there is that history, right? But at the same time, apartheid engaged in divide and rule. So what you then had was to give them, as Tessa pointed out, certain privileges. So in terms of jobs, your clerks and your lower management, people of Indian origin were given those positions. They couldn't move up, but they got picked there. In terms of voting, right, they were given a kind of quasi-vote, I suppose, to vote for advisory bodies, local affairs committees, South African Indian Council, and the tricameral parliament. There was a huge campaign calling on the community not to participate in the elections for the tricameral parliament. It was largely successful in that people didn't go and vote. So the community has that history. And then in terms of legislation, the community has also, whilst apartheid did, or the apartheid government did offer certain benefits, if we can call it that, they were also, for example, prevented from owning land in white areas. The Immorality Act, don't even talk about that anymore. They were as much victims of it, but what they were most hit was the Group Areas Act of 1950. Now, this one really hits that community in a variety of ways. Socially, communities were broken up and they were relocated to places far away from home. But it also broke the kind of communities that were living together side by side, Indian and African people. Those communities were broken up and they were thrown into these group areas. And of course, very cleverly, the Indian community, the areas allocated to them, were literally a sandwich between white areas and African townships. So they were the buffer. So this sandwich mentality, by the way, still prevails. There's still this kind of thinking in the community, and I can see some nods in the house, so people know about it, right? There's still this thinking that we're not black enough, and you hear it all the time. People will tell you, under apartheid, we were not black enough. Now, in this democracy, we're not white enough. So where are we? So Tessa, the same story. And if, the community felt a sense, as we all did, of freedom in 1994, that better things were coming, right? We received our freedom, we got the right to vote, etc. It has been a strong sense of being let down in the community, in the sense that, again, I go to what Tessa said, the community feels it's not black enough. Now, part of it, I think, is, and Joel, I think, the organizations of the freedom struggle must take responsibility. We wanted to unite people. So we created stark differences, black and white. If you were not white, you were black. So Indian, colored, whatever. If you're not white, you fell into the group of black. Well and good. And Indian people accepted that under apartheid. We were part of the struggle, part of the black community. But post-apartheid, that stark difference is no longer comfortable. Because now, I've put it here in this thing that I wrote, that in the Indian community, the first thing is, there's no thing about going back to India. Regardless of what Buthelezi said at a meeting at Durban Festival, or what Mungeni Ngema sings, or what the Maibuya African Forum has to say about Indian people, this is their home. And they'll tell you, I was born here, my parents were born here, grandfather was born in South Africa, right? And they're very proud about their South African identity, right? Go anywhere, they can go to India, fine, it's nice to visit India, well and good, go and visit Temple and come home, South Africa's home. But within that, there's also been a kind of sense that as an Indian community, we are being hard done, right? Affirmative action, and you see it most noticeable in KwaZulu-Natal. Because as I pointed out earlier on, there's the contestation that occurs for the few resources that we have. So there's a lot of tension about that. And then there's the stereotyping, as Tessa has pointed out with the colored community, where African people say that, but you know, you were privileged, you didn't suffer under apartheid. And then somebody's grandfather would have told them, but we did. We were removed from the land that we had grown up on. We were not given jobs. We ended up being barmen and waiters and clerks because we couldn't move up. And that is why the community prioritized education. Education was seen as the mechanism to lift yourself out of wherever you were. So the sense of a community. Now, you know, in some of the reading, I was forced to go and do some reading. There's an argument which says there's nothing wrong with ethnicity, right? In the sense that it provides people, it can provide people with almost like an armor. So, you know, whether it's the sari, whether it's the culture, whether it's whatever, it kind of insulates you against insults and degradation. Under apartheid, the community did that. But now you're finding that there is that kind of movement as well, because the community is not seeing the benefits that it thought, and I don't necessarily mean material benefits, it's also being part of this country, being part of South Africa. They're not seeing that, they're perceiving themselves as being outcasts, not taken as South African, right? Again, that thing about not black enough, but not white enough. That's the kind of feeling that is there. And in the lived experiences there as well. Now, we do understand there's a need for quotas, for example. And, you know, some of us break our heads trying to explain to them. But the person will tell you, but my daughter had 7 A's, and she can't get into med school. And, you know, it's very difficult because particularly in a community that placed premium on education and is still substantially poor and working class. This barrier is there now. Where it's supposed to have been lifted, the barrier is there. And fine, I can go and say, but you know, your son or your daughter can go to UJ and UWC and UCT. Can I afford to send them there? I can't. I can only afford to maybe struggle and send them here in KZN, and they're not getting the place. So there is that kind of thing. But the South African identity, no doubt about it. The fear and the tension, yes. And one of the things that has left a lasting scar in the community is this issue of race riots. So you had the 1949 Cato Manor riots, where Indian and African people were in opposition to each other. Nobody has claimed credit for it as to being the cause of it. And up to now, the instigators of this are unknown, but it created huge divisions, apart from the death toll, etc., between Indian and African people, and created fear and mistrust. That was followed by the 1985 Inanda riots in KwaZulu-Natal as well. Now, this one didn't have the same genesis as the Cato Manor riots, which were, you know, some conflict between two people, Indian and African people. The Inanda riots started as a protest against the killing of Victoria Mkhenge and a protest against the state of emergency at the time. But in the course of the protests, some looting occurred, as it always does, and then that spread into looting in Inanda and adjacent areas where there were Indian homes. The Phoenix settlement, which was founded by Mahatma Gandhi, was a victim, one of the casualty or the victims of those riots, and you had, you know, destruction there. So it stands as a reminder to people that this is what happened. Again, Indian-African tension, fears. And then very cynically, that has been used. And I want to say this. I believe that this fear, which, look, I didn't experience the 1949 riots, but I know that in my community, they talk about it. When we went and did door-to-door work in 1994, people were talking about it. And there was a very cynical maneuver where people were sent out to go and visit homes, African people, and then put a 2-rand coin in a tumbler, a glass, and tell people your home's going to be mine after the election. I mean, you look at it here and you think that's a ridiculous thing, but when you look at people who are afraid and who don't know what the future holds, that's fertile ground. In 2021, we had another cynical use of this fear and tension with the riots or the violence that occurred in KwaZulu-Natal. Right? It resulted in deaths in Phoenix area, but again, took a racial tone, right? And this was fueled in the modern era by social media and members of a political organization who consciously fueled this, but it created and it built on an existing fear and insecurity in the community. So race is used in that way as well. And within the Indian community and in KwaZulu-Natal, these are the two major communities. It really is a serious problem. We haven't done anything to address that as a country. So
Maggie,
I call the riots and violence.
Maggie.
Sorry, Hein, can I have a minute?
Yeah, okay, yes.
You've
got a minute to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the riot, there's also, and you see it in KwaZulu-Natal again, rising African nationalism. So, you know, the end of apartheid has created a sense of self-confidence, but it doesn't always translate in a positive way. And it's then perceived as a threat, particularly when you hear songs, you know, that were sent out not by Bongi, but Julius Malema plays his role as well. He's toned down now, but for a while was quite, you know, vociferous in towards people of Indian origin, in the way in which he consciously articulated the name of Praveen Gordhan. Praveen Jamnadas Gordhan, always Jamnadas, why? Playing on something, you know, and I mean, those were the kinds of things that occurred. And then in closure, I just want to say that for the community now, as I started off, it's not homogeneous. Young people are growing up differently, right? They may carry these things, but your majority of the community is still stuck in the working class, substantially group areas of Chatsworth and Phoenix. And that is where you still have these issues arising. The Indian middle class has grown and has improved. Nobody's doubting that. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be reflected in their voting patterns in KwaZulu-Natal. I can't say the same for other areas, right? You have had a growth, professionals, the move to Gauteng, right? That has changed things. But you know, you go to KwaZulu-Natal in December, the place is full of GP number plates. And there's the interaction. People come home and they see what's going on at home. They do carry that as well. So I think that there is an issue. The last point I want to raise, Hein, is the issue of trade unionization and workers. The Indian community had a long history of being involved in trade unions. They were racially segregated unions in the earlier period, but I recall, and I worked for the Garment and Allies Workers Union with the task of taking it into South African Clothing and Textile Workers Union, and then COSATU. Substantial body of Indian workers, Indian women workers, clothing workers were there, and they accepted the notion of being in COSATU, etc. It didn't translate into the vote, but they did accept that. However, now you have a decimated working class because our economy is such that, you know, your clothing, leather industries have died. And so those areas where perhaps communities could have been organized and politically conscientized and acted, worked together on you know, mixed race basis don't exist anymore. Very few and far between. And so those are the challenges that face us. But I think that for young people, there is a potential if we can address these issues. And, you know, from what Tessa said, there's a lot of commonality in what the issues being raised within people, members of the colored community and members of the Indian community. Thank you. I have a lot more to say, but
Thank you very much, Maggie. Our last speaker is Dumisa Tlatla, who teaches at the University of Pretoria and previously taught African philosophy and race theory at UNISA. Dumisa, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, thank you. Welcome.
To get a good angle. Is this a good angle?
I can see all of us.
I'm trying with my own time so that I violate knowing what I'm violating. Good afternoon to all of you. I am going to speak about this question from the point of view of the Black radical tradition. If one were to use a historicized specificity, I might describe this as the Azanian philosophical tradition. Historically speaking, it is not everyone that accepted the necessity of South Africa and its continuity. And the Azanian philosophical tradition, being an expression of the Black radical tradition, is precisely a movement of intellection and political organization, the starting point of which is a question regarding the necessity of South Africa, let alone its identity, okay? So those of you who know the history of the 20th century know that the PAC, made up by a group of Africanists, left the Congress tradition because of a contention regarding the nature of the historical antagonism in South Africa. Some theoreticians of the PAC, like Motsupu Peko, refer to the ANC's particular tendency as the South African tradition. People are more familiar with its description as the Charterist tradition because the advent of this event was a separation on the basis of the ANC's acceptance of the Freedom Charter in 1955. Okay? If you read, because I write what I like in an essay, I think Be Black makes the point that Black consciousness began in the 1950s. When Black people who shared this liberation-minded thought decided to take upon themselves the responsibility of their sovereignty and thinking through the nature of the antagonism on the basis of categories which had developed organically from the Black experience. So the Freedom Charter, so at the inaugural Congress of the PAC, Mangaliso Sobukwe in Orlando famously declares that the ANC has now left the ranks of the liberation movement. By this, he refers to the famous part of the Freedom Charter that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, was interpreted by the PAC to be a concession to the right of conquest. This is what I need to take a small side part. So it takes us to the issue of apartheid. For the PAC, apartheid itself was not the antagonist. Apartheid was a South African phenomenon and a belated development in the order of conquest. For the PAC, the historical antagonism the PAC, am I visible?
Yeah, we were wondering about the light in your eyes.
Okay, don't worry. Black is not included in the prism of white light. So it's only fitting that I don't appear. So for the PAC, it becomes very important to make the point that apartheid, the historical advent of apartheid, is merely a juridical political specification of white supremacy, which predates apartheid by several centuries. The location of the antagonism for this mode of interpretation is the conquest by Jan van Riebeeck. Now, conquest is used in common parlance to mean a number of things, but from the theory of international relations and war, the right of conquest describes a doctrine. In this instance, van Riebeeck drew from the thinking of Hugo Grotius. But the right of conquest held that when one has defeated another in warfare, one has two entitlements by that defeat in warfare. The first entitlement is the title to territory. One comes to legitimately claim ownership of the land of the defeated, and two, one comes to claim the right of sovereignty over them. That is the right to make law, which must bind the defeated subjects. Now, from the point of view of the Black radical tradition, the construction or invention of Blackness is precisely the point of defeat of the indigenous conquered peoples. they become black rather than human beings at precisely this point, okay? Now, the point is that apartheid, as a descriptor of a mere specification of this unfolding process, is something which can be overcome or rearranged without dissolving the problem of conquest, okay? So you can have a post-apartheid state, which nevertheless is assembled according to the dictates of the right of conquest, in which the conqueror continues to exist by his possession of the territory as well as the sovereignty over it, which we call legal order, okay? Now, the point is that from the point of view of this way of thinking, liberation or liberation movement requires the fulfillment of the two conditions that the liberation movement so described opposes itself both to the conqueror's claim of the title to territory as well as the sovereignty over it. When we say Maibuye Africa, I don't know what these guys are saying because I hear, you know, it appear, yeah, but when we say Maibuye, we mean let the title to territory return to the indigenous conquered peoples. We mean by Israel that it is the land of the people and the law of the people which will apply. That we call Isin. So the point of all of this is that the PAC was mistaken in the identification of the ANC as having left the liberation movement in the 50s. My own contention is that the ANC never joined the liberation. So, you know, in a famous treatise called The Betrayal of the Colonized People, using this typology politically, makes the point that the ANC is much better classified as a civil and political rights movement rather than a liberation movement because of the outstanding demand. Now, if we study a document from the history of the Congress, the 1914 petition to King George V, the authors of this text, who are members of the Congress writing on behalf of the natives of South Africa, make many startling claims, but amongst them, I encourage you to study the petition to George King V. You see what I said about our absence from the ring. It's a common conspiracy. What the point which is made here is that I can't remember. Where was I? Oh, yes. So they say, you know, they address George and what they startlingly admit is that they were indeed defeated in war. And through this defeat of war, they don't contest with George. They make the point very clear that you now are the master and owner of this territory by the right of conquest. And we admit that we are subject to your laws and petition only to be treated as you treat the other British subjects. So it is not when they say South Africa belongs to all who live in it that they surrender the claim of the title to territory. But at this point already in 1914, when they say, you as our father and protector, the rightful ruler, this I'm quoting in verbatim, you, our father, protector, and sovereign, okay, are the rightful owner and ruler, and we merely ask to be treated as other British subjects. The point I always make to my students, if you would like, is to use the metaphor of a household. If we would imagine that I stayed in the house with my children, where we used our land in order to feed ourselves, and then an unlawful invader who butchers us and rips us from the house and throws us in the garden to make us slaves who must feed the children and people in the house. Then we in the garden go and make a noise and sing some songs claiming that the house in fact belongs to both us in the garden and the invader of the house, and we demand to be given some rules. If this appears to be an absurdity, then so too must South African history until this point, because the Constitution of 1996, which is mischievously theologically capitalized in conventional legal English, has its predicates on precisely this point, okay? So the point which we have made is that conquest has been transmuted from apartheid into this neo-colonial democracy. And this is because what was claimed by Van Riebeck on the right of conquest, which was the title to territory and the sovereignty over it, was sustained by the Constitution, both in its protection of the right of property, which historically speaking was acquired by the force of arms, and secondly, through the sovereignty of the white man's law, which has been called constitutional supremacy. If one studies for the question of Sister Kiyo's treatment of the bridge, one sees de Klerk's words to the white community in 1992 during the white referendum, when he asked for a mandate to negotiate with the ANC. And he says, if you give me a strong mandate to negotiate, I will establish two things. There are two important things that he claimed he would give whites if they gave him a strong mandate. One is the protection of private property, title to territory. And secondly, a supreme law which would bring an extinction to parliamentary sovereignty so that the indigenous peoples would not have the same sovereign power which was used to make the Land Act, which gave effect to this right of rule. So my point ultimately is that we must distinguish between liberal non-racialism, which is the constitutional variety, which is consistent with the right of conquest, and means simply the decategorization at a nominal level of the populations while sustaining the material disparities generated by the war of race, okay? Versus liberatory non-racialism, which requires as a possibility condition for people existing as human beings, the resolution of the material disparity which was created by the right of rule. My own point is that there can never be non-racialism and the extinction of the racial categories, so long as race maintains the materiality which it does, which ties racial designation to life expectancy, to the likelihood of clean air and water, to the kind of nutrition which one has. One cannot want to abolish the term without the reality which it describes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ndubiso. We will have about 15 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes for questions. We are running over time, quite seriously over time. It's 6 minutes past 1. So do you have any questions as the audience there? And then later on, I'll ask Njubulu to ask the online questions, please. Any questions from the audience there? Yes, please. Please introduce yourself.
Mike Cummings.
Oh.
That.
Oh. Cool. Siseko Kumazo from the University of Johannesburg. Dr. Dada, I appreciate your intervention precisely for its historical accuracy and for its ability, I think, for us to analyze the problem of South Africa quite systematically without falling victims. I'm curious then, and this is a genuine curiosity, that from the position of the Black radical tradition, is the injunction say that we ought to conduct yet another constitutional referendum, right? So for example, if you take seriously the claim that the current political dispensation is predicated on a fundamentally problematic compromise. So is the call for a constitutional referendum that would reconstitute Ala Madlingo's work, right, the project of South Africa, or is it to abolish, as you rightfully indicate, the fiction that is South Africa entirely? And I think this is a question I've been wrestling with when it comes to the propositions as we find them from the Black radical tradition. But I think the clarity with which you have sort of detailed it for us today allows us to ask this question quite pointedly. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here. I have a question for Sarah, which is, what do you think the impact of like American discourse has been on this conversation around colored identity? And these conversations happening online, but we're not just limited to speaks.
Is there a third question? Yes.
Hi, my name is, yes, please, Prof. Hein. My name is Devashini Naidu. I'm with the South African Institute of International Affairs. I'm really curious to, sorry, thank you. I'm really curious between sort of, is my on? I mean, I can hear myself. It's just,
We can hear you.
But the people online, so it's for the people
We can hear you.
I hear you. Okay. So sorry. Can I speak about that?
Yeah.
Yes. I really enjoyed the contributions. Thank you. In particular, those of Tessa and Maggie. I think there was that commonality that you pointed out around colored and Indian identities. And something that I personally struggled with is, of course, and this is building on the idea made earlier around, fiction and social constructs, which I think is, a grounding of today's interventions and contributions. But the idea that being Indian is not a race, right? It's a nationality. And again, as you said, to illegitimate identities, the idea of having to pick between, on some government documents, you're Asian, and in others, you're Indian. And that constant struggle between your own identity and how you choose to actualize it and identify it. So, I mean, I could talk about that forever, but I guess what I'm really curious to hear is, given that there has been some cultural work, I hear from you, Tessa, from the kind of community around this identity, and I think ignorantly, I think not as much that I'm aware of. What do you think is the best way that we might go about either reclaiming this identity, or do we throw it away? How do we reconcile a future around this construct and this piece of people's identity, either inwardly as a community or in relation to the nation state?
Thank you very much. Can we get some responses? Can we get responses to that, and then we'll have a second round of about 3 questions again, please.
One more, Hein, one more in the room.
Okay, let's do that.
Maybe I wasn't going to speak, but I've been provoked. For my sons, I was deployed onto the ground in the Western Cape, in the Northern Cape, and in Region G, particularly of Outlook. In the Western Cape, when I interacted with people, at one time, the colored identity was there, but then people started to reclaim their Khoisan identity, and it became a very strong kind of movement. You say we are African, we are not colored, by being Khoisan. Even those who came from slave parents and mixed are now beginning to claim their Khoisan heritage and going back. So I think that's one issue we need to take consideration. In the Northern Cape, I found that the Afrikaans language is a factor. And the ignoring of the Afrikaans language is going to be a factor that we would need to deal with at some time. In Region G of Johannesburg, stretches from Protea Glen to Lenasia to Ennerdale to Orange Farm. There are 45 informal settlements. There are 1.5 million people that are in those unplanned settlements. I don't call them informal settlements because people have a right to move where they want to move. But this is actually beginning to impact on the services within Region G. In Lenasia, there was a very, very strong ANC branch. But when people started to move in and there was a change, and there was what I termed triumphants that entered, they actually marginalized Robben Island like Lalo Chiba. He died not having an ANC member because they didn't renew his ANC membership because they were afraid to do so. So it is that kind of contestation that we would have to deal with that. In question of Annandale, yes, people moved on. It was ANC, it was non-racial, now become PA. And it's become PA simply because of exclusion. The question of exclusion there and the rise of Al-Jama'ah in the other areas is people are not going to the DA, but they are going to the ethnic kind of thing, parties that they think could actually advance their position. But we had to bring together 45 informal settlements, the Lenasia community, the Endale community, the Orange Farm community, and the Protea Glen community. You see that their interests were common interests and that they have common fights to fight. And that is what we was faced with, and that I think is what people are still faced with. We left it, it's work undone, needs to be finished, but it's that contestation for resources becomes important that we need to look at so that people don't use identity and the exclusion of identity as an excuse to become whatever they want.
Thank you very much, colleague. And we're running seriously over time. Can we give our speakers a chance to answer some of the questions? And then if there are any questions online, Jabulu, can you then afterwards just read those and then we can conclude?
Call them out.
Or panelists?
I'll start. There's a lot directed at me. I'll start with the easiest question about the US and international discourse around colored identity. It's had very little impact on colored communities per se, because it doesn't impact on people's material realities, right? And I think that was part of the point that was made in this last intervention, that the identities matter to the extent that it has material impact on people's lives. And so the debates online materially impact Tyler, but they don't necessarily materially impact anybody else. And they are much bigger fish to fry in terms of local contestations. What the international contestation did or does flag is the idea that there is very little understanding, even amongst us in South Africa, about why this community exists in the way that it does, and that there's a delegitimization. So when I see people online fighting for colored people in ways they won't fight for colored people here to exist, that question of legitimacy is the thing that it flags up, but very substantially nothing else. The Khoi and San communication, First Nation movement issue. I was hoping to touch on it when I spoke and then just ran out of time. Here's the thing about that one for me. It is in saying to colored people and colored communities, you have to reject the term colored without giving any room for figuring out what that means in a context where colonialism and apartheid were very much in the business of erasure, erasing people's histories, erasing their genealogies, erasing all sorts of access to history, and history being about legitimacy as well. Now people are having to figure out, how do I legitimize myself? How do I explain to people that I am legitimate to be here? And that then means I have to go and find some sort of history to attach myself to. But when that erasure has happened, people are either going to do one of two things. They are going to attach themselves to the closest thing that is to them, that gives them legitimacy, even if they don't have historical accuracy to back it up with. When you talk about myth making, a lot of what's happening in the First Nation movement is myth making. A lot of people can't tell you that they are actually in any way from those genealogies. But in a context where you're continuously delegitimized, it's as easy a place to go as anywhere else. And it's easier to go to I'm Khoi and I'm San than to go to I'm Xhosa or to go to I'm Mosotho Motswana. Because then you're going to ask me to start speaking the language.
ask me to start showing up in those ways, and if I can't, then you say, well, you're not legitimate in that either. And so what's happening there is a seeking out for legitimacy in a context where you're constantly delegitimized. And the difficulty I find with it is that it's forcing people to lie about and create histories about themselves in ways that are not healthy. And we're not actually confronting some of the difficulties of the histories that we can know or do know. So we're not confronting the fact that when you go into our homes, it is the picture of the white grandfather, not the black grandmother on the wall. So we bypass that conversation, full boy and son conversation, because it's an easier path to legitimacy, to the difficult work of what has happened in terms of our community. Last thing is this question of common interest and us needing to find that those common interests are struggle. And I'll go to the PA as an example here as well. Patriotic Alliance is benefiting of two things in the main. One, that spatial apartheid still exists. And for as long as spatial apartheid still exists, the ability to do politics around race and identity and ethnicity is an easy politics, because we're still divided along the very things that apartheid divided us by with the Barriers Act. And so if you want to do away with ethnic politics, if you want to do away with race politics, just deconstruct apartheid. Deconstruct facial apartheid, and it makes it harder to actually galvanize around those identities. But we don't want to do that work. We just want to tell people that's bad. But the common interest stuff is even more difficult, because the ANC has to have a reckoning with itself, because it speaks in two tongues when it comes to the issue of race and non-racialism. It says we're non-racial, but then it also doubles down on race by not dismantling racial architecture, and then it does not call out the ways in which Black people have become part of the ruling elite. So now we can't call out the ruling elite, where our common interests are being violated by the ruling elite, because that ruling elite is Black. So we have a lot of work to do in terms of finding those common interests, but we have to then deal with the class question and being able to show people that at a class level, we are fighting power, big power. I think where we are right now is that we are being intentionally, in many ways, and this includes the xenophobic questions, we are being intentionally brought back and pulled back into those ethnic and those small divisions, so that the poor and the marginalized and the powerless fight each other, as opposed to fight power, because fighting power is also about fighting Black elites.
Thank you very much. Dumiso, I think there was a question aimed at you, directed at you.
Yes. Yes, Siseko, thank you for that question. So there is a basic principle in legal philosophy that the legitimacy of legal order is contingent on the ability of law to sustain human life. Even if we go to the Hobbesian formulation of the social contract, in what Hobbes calls sovereignty by institution, supposedly people give up their inborn right to fend for themselves and exercise their right of violence and subject themselves to a sovereign in exchange for the sovereign's defense of their life. So I give up that right to exercise my free will and take the law into my own hands out of the exchange that I make with the sovereign, that it will defend me when I give up the force. This is where the notion of monopoly of violence, which is undermined by the South African situation, in which private security companies outarm the state 4-1 in terms of firepower, right? But the point of this is the notion of tyrannicide, which is the fact that the people maintain a right to overturn a legal order in an instance in which obedience to the law comes at the expense of the sustenance of their lives. Even in our criminal law, there are exceptions to the command that one obey the law. One, for instance, need not obey the law not to kill when one must choose between obedience to that law and one's own life. This is what we sometimes call self-defense or necessity, that if I am in a state in which I need to kill Tessa and eat her in order to survive before they save me, sorry for the violent example, this is permitted by the law because the law may not expect me to obey it at the expense of my own life. The principle of non-self-incrimination is based on the same logical structure. Now, for the Constitution, the same logic applies, okay? And this is the point that if the majority of people are hungry under a so-called legal order, the very basic and first principle, even in the state of nature, is the right to life. And it is the pursuit of the right to life and the ability to see to one's livelihood that forms the basis of the legal order. There is an implicit injunction to rebel. Now, I take confidence and take great satisfaction in the idea that more than half of the people who have the right to express a vote are not doing so. I myself have never voted in this order. I'm old enough that I might have done so a number of times, but the Constitution is not compatible with the ability to exercise a choice, precisely because of de Klerk's compromise. De Klerk makes the point very clear. And it's not only de Klerk. If you study the negotiations, Helen Zille also in an essay called Liberalism and Its Blind Spots, published in a facescript for Helen Suzman in 2006, says the liberals won the negotiations by getting a liberal constitution which extinguished the capacity of the majority to exercise a tyranny over us by taking away parliamentary power to make law, which is binding, okay? So the fact that this has entered the popular discourse, they've portrayed us as madmen. I'm glad to be here today as a representative of the mad because we were for a long time mad and bloodthirsty. But this has entered to the public discourse to such an extent that a daughter of a dynastic Congress family like Lindiwe Sisulu just 2 years ago was able to write, whose law is it anyway? This is a question we have long asked. It's a question about sovereign power. There's a text that I wrote with Julie Webster called Who Conquered South Africa? That takes that inquiry a little bit further. But the point is, if the minister from the royal family of the ruling alliance can ask the question, if the sovereign asks, whose law is it? There is something that is being said there. So in order to consolidate itself, this power, this usurped power, is now attempting to reorganize itself in the form of national dialogue. This is to delay. It is to delay the revolutionary impulse, which is arising as a result of the fracture of the legal order and the inability for it to sustain its legitimacy. So we shall continue to hack away until we reach the abolition of the South African Constitution. A final note is that South Africa and Tanzania are not the same thing. It is not the same thing, okay? Both its constitutional, legal, economic arrangements, but even the content of the territory itself is not the same. The fiction of Lesotho, a silly fiction as nation state, the fiction of Swaziland. These are protectorates in the recent history of South Africa, just by the contingency of the British Empire. That liberated government would sustain these costly fictions is something which cannot make sense. Even Zimbabwe only exists as a nation state because of a narrow loss of the settlers who wished to join up with South Africa. It is not our will. The population, they are the same people, just as the other states, including Botswana. So the point is that Azania, and if you look at the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, the Black Consciousness Movement of Azania, you see that the operatives and members were not people of the Union of South Africa. Petlako Lebelo was supposedly a man from Lesotho. Kwesi Pra was supposedly a man from Ghana. The PAC's flag, as you know, that star shines from brightest Ghana all the way to Azania.
Thank you, Nondubiso. Can I ask Christy and Maggie to contribute? we're not going to give you as much time as Ndubuzo has taken up now. Unfortunately, some of that debate will have to continue later on. But can I give you a couple of minutes just to conclude and ask some of the answer some of the questions that came your way? Maggie?
Thanks. Just a point that I wanted to raise earlier on. There's this issue that Tessa spoke about as well, of the perception of erasure. There's an erasure of the community from the national talks, national consciousness, major political organizations. You don't find community being spoken of there, and the issues. So there's a perception also, apart from just this marginalization, but also like we don't exist anymore in South Africa, but we are South Africa. So there is that. The second thing is the school curriculum. There's cultural marginalization because in the school curriculum, you don't find these communities, their histories, etc., being included. So, if you want to talk about South Africa, South Africans aren't exposed to the communities and the groups within South Africa. So that is an issue as well. And it's only the dominant, and in this case, at this point, the African history that's put forward. And I think that's an important one. Then the potential, because Subhashini, you raised this issue on how do you reclaim identity. One of the best areas, and I think Tessa spoke about this as well, is across common issues. You see, poverty doesn't have place. Right? And that is where organizing of people and bringing together around those issues should be taking place. It isn't happening across racial lines. And I think that would be an important thing to look at. Then contact with people. Now, we spoke about the vote in areas like Chatsworth, etc. But in 2024, in Gauteng, there was something that happened quite Indonesia, where there was work done. We found that there was distinct support even towards the African National Congress within the Indian communities, right? And there are statistics that show that. But it came as a result of contact and communication. And that's, I think, one of the biggest issues. The African National Congress, for example, has lost contact. Mohammed spoke about branches where, people were crowded out. Previously, you had branches across racial lines. And then you had membership, sufficient membership to call themselves branches. You don't have that anymore. They become uniracial, excluded. So those are important things, I think, to be taken into account. The issue of inclusion, the issue of addressing cultural marginalization, and the issue of this whole erasure. It's not just a perception. You listen to SABC, national broadcaster, and see how much of it does in terms of the so-called thing.
Thank you, Christy, and then we'll finish it.
No, I'm quite happy not to say anything. It says.
Thank you very much. I think it was a robust and illuminating discussion. Thank you very much for that. We are going to go to lunch now. While you are going to lunch now, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much for the session.
remaining copies and they're on sale outside. Don't rush now, one at a time. But yeah, and then other volumes if you want. So Sechava is the person who deals with our publications and sales. So if you want to speak to him, also if you want any further another teaspoon, very useful weapon of mass mobilization, as I discovered. And if you use the right way. Okay, so it gives me great pleasure to, and I'm sorry the online questions keep getting overlooked. So in Jabulo, you'll be able to mention some, so we've agreed in Jabulo, we'll mention some of the questions now, especially since he is chairing this session. So the next session is chaired by Jabulo. Is an associate researcher in the Humanities Faculty at MISTRA. He has an honors degree in history from Wits University. And published on arts and culture in South Africa, teasing out the socio-political aspects of literature, visual art, and musical performance. He is also interested in South African economic historiography. Over to you, Jim.
Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone hear me? I don't have a mic. So yeah, thank you for attending today's roundtable. This is the second panel that is particularly looking at the issue of othering, formation of South African identities. And the specific objective of this panel, this was to appreciate the role of social, political, and economic conditions in shaping inclusive or exclusive identity strategies, as well as informing negative practices such as scapegoating and other. So I will, in listening to the presentations that the colleagues will make, but I will be particularly thinking with the question of the role of policy in either fostering the legacy of othering that has been sort of underwritten by the history, the colonial and apartheid history that we come from, or the role of policy in undoing this legacy. Thinking of policy not just as a technocratic sort of exercise, but one that is part of the ideological and material contestations that we got into in the first panel. So our first speaker on this panel will be one of my teachers. You don't have a former teacher, you was a lifelong teacher, and I'm very proud to have as one of my former teachers. I know her very well from our time at Rhodes University. Over 10 years ago, actually, along with Professor Siseko Omar. But Professor Mapokwana is now an associate professor in sociology at the Nelson Mandela University, where she also serves as the director of the Center for Women and Gender Studies. She holds a PhD in sociology from Rhodes, as I said, where I know her, and she taught. She's also taught at the University of the Free State. Prof. Mapokwana is a former president of the South African Sociological Association from the years 2017 to 2019, and has been recognized with an NRA First Rand Foundation sabbatical grant and the NMU Vice Chancellor's Award for Community Engagement Excellence. I'll hand it over to my professor.
Thank you so much, Jabu. Thanks so much for inviting me to this beautiful locale, and also just to speak for 10 minutes some of the complicated issues that we're trying to all of us have a sort of a dialogue that was never, but didn't happen, you know. And I think for me, based on the conversations that we had, something obviously coming from gender perspective, one of the most contested liberal democratic rights post 84 has been the rights of women, queers, and children. the real citizenship questions have really come from these particular groups across the continent. And I think if following what's happening in Ghana recently, Uganda, and other African states, where the claims by groups like queer groups have been kind of out and marginalizing the defense of family as an institution. And obviously there are religious extremist groups that are behind all of this. But also, if we come closer to South Africa, I think last week I was here in Joburg, and the conversation in the national radio was on, I think our democracy has taken this women's project too far, that we now can take their surnames. And I laughed literally, because if you are coming from the traditions that I come from in African societies, surnames are a recent phenomenon. Didn't have surnames. I'm not sure how do you base your whole identity on a surname which did not even exist. Okay, and secondly, the work that we're trying to do is precisely part of trying to contest the neoconservatism that is coming up within post-apartheid South Africa about what it means to be an African or the African culture. And in those conversations, most of the time, it is the women, not the working class, not the workers, the women who have to bear the brunt of being stripped away of different kinds of rights. So I am trying to say that the rejection of the recognition sometimes and citizenship claims of groups like queer groups and women have come via the systematic violence and permanent insecurity that we have seen. I think all of us have seen the kind of escalating femicides and all sorts of things. So this kind of reduction sometimes, I'm gonna, well, you might not invite me here next time. But let me just say this. I think that we have to be careful or cautious in reducing some of the important claims about belonging and citizenship, identity politics. And because there is legitimacy in people saying that we are being pushed out, we don't belong. And we say, okay, for you, and we'll deal with your issues when we get to, the material equality of things, but wait. We can't wait as women, as they've done in 1954. But I like this quote by Nancy Fraser, a Marxist feminist, who says, every day we are asked to choose between class and identity politics, social democracy and multiculturalism, redistribution and recognition. These, however, are false antitheses. Many of us know that it's impossible to discuss culture without material analysis. How do we hold the contradictions together? And that's what I think most of the time is what is missing in when we're trying to imagine this South Africanness, this identity of being South Africanness, that we fail to imagine that actually the ability of South Africa to hold contradiction is South Africa. The ability of South Africa to handle difference is South Africanness. The fact that we can sit around and contest things transparent and honest way is South Africa. Countries where you talk about the president, people like, why are you still out here, not in jail? You know, so I'm not saying that all is good, but there are values that I think we can't undermine in the pursuit of material equality or trying to reach the socio-economic goals that all of us. But there are things that the world is looking at us on. And I think that we're all trying to figure out the alternatives from the quagmire that we find ourselves in. Even within the queer groups, people are talking about how do we resolve the crisis of imagination. For example, Zetuma Tebele and Jabu Pereira recently asked whether the crisis of imagination we all find ourselves is the result of lack of creativity and emphasis on heavily bureaucratized and technicist approaches to thinking about the future. Have we become too instrumentalists when we imagine what South Africa should be? Do we want to tick the boxes too much, whether I'm Asian, Black, or instead of looking at the other things? Sometimes that requires deep time, deep work, deep thinking outside of the ticking of boxes. I'm not saying that they are not important. How do we reimagine the utopia outside pushing the groups, certain groups, like queer groups, to the margins again? Have we arrived to the actual utopia that we thought we are in? Maybe that's where the problem is. We think that we have arrived, and therefore we can't ask the bigger philosophical questions anymore. So I enjoyed that conversation by Zetu and Jabu Pereira, in terms of trying to ask, do we know how to imagine how to be a collective again, outside everything else? So for me, I always, unfortunately, have to go back and say, one of the things that I'll say about South African identity is that we always go outside and look for what we already have in trying to reimagine what needs to be done. For example, Adeshina calls this going to support or looking for support in your pocket and in Yoruba. And we have the epistemic and moral values from different cultures, from different African epistemes that already exist. For example, Ubuntu, we have accepted that it is one of the most distinctive philosophical values that Africa has exported to the world. We all agree here. But when you think about the crushing of certain groups, like queer groups in Africa, that is not resonant of Ubuntu, because Ubuntu is talking about mutual recognition and the fact that you exist because I exist. There is no amount of crushing another group or individual when you think about that. So I think that we do have the tools of imagining a community and individual in coexistence. 2 minutes, oh my goodness. Okay. So this idea of we don't know where to start philosophically, legally, and otherwise. Unfortunately, when I travel the world, everyone says she's from Africa. But someone from Europe, they can travel the world and be citizens of the world. I'm sorry, I haven't traveled to a point whereby people are like, oh, are you from the US? No, everyone's like from Africa. There's something particular about what I look like or how I sound like that says, yeah, no, you're an African. And I don't think that should be a shame, colleagues. I don't think we should be scared of difference. I'm trying to be cautious here. I don't think we should deny difference. because it moves into different things and becomes something else. Then we're going to be colorblind next. Then we're going to be genderless next. You know, but we know that there are certain things that bind us, but there are certain things that differentiate us as human beings. And if you accept that there are certain differences that we have, but the difference should not be dehumanizing. Once you use the difference for dehumanizing and crushing another group, then there's a difference there. So in terms of, unfortunately, gender politics, I would say, because I was focusing more on queerness, we have been trying to use 3 principles in terms of the idea of building from this mutual recognition, the idea of community, building community-centered kind of programs, the idea of collaborations, working together in different ways, different regions, and reflexivity. We always have to be reflexive. Because what has happened is that, unfortunately, in South Africa, women's politics have been reduced to GBV. Women have become nothing else of entity in the society, but being GBV victims and also recipients of sanitary towels. I'm sorry. And I find that very disturbing because women in this country, as early as 1954, before the Freedom Charter, declared their imagination of this country. If you go to Women's Charter, 1954, 2-page document, it says very clear, we, the women of South Africa, we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very clear, non-racial society, non-sexist society, everyone must have an ability to own property and also feed our own children. So the fact that we have become only in the public sphere as victims of GBV, and we can't even research anything beyond GBV. Forgetting that health is a women's issue, education is a women's issue, legal access, reasonable education, and all of that, it's a women's issue. So there are those kind of things that are kind of disturbing to me. But I do think that all of that are centered on this issue of not wanting kind of center historical consciousness in each and everything that we are doing. Historical consciousness, material analysis, cultural analysis, all of these things, colleagues, they go together. But I don't think we should be scared of what we bring as South African. I was going to make this example, Jabu, of unfortunately, when someone says Ungubani as a South African, Ungubani, who are you? For me, when I say someone says Ungubani, I have to claim different lineages that form my being. Obviously, that will make it try to do that for us, but it seems like it didn't work. And that notion of we must be able to answer Ungubani, who are you? In South African. And it will continue to be contested if we're not being clear on who we are. And definitely queerness is part of Africa. And queer theorizing, queer presence is definitely the part of this continent. And we do know that the new frontiers of citizenship questions are lying right there in how we accept those particular groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. I won't go into a lot of it, but your remarks reminded me of how the Cohesion collective define identity politics, and there's been like almost misuse of the term identity politics, especially when the Trump right, the MAGA right was rising, in the years leading up to 2024. As this liberal idea, this airy-fairy, But they, spoke about how it was a politics that grew out of our objective material experiences as Black women, which for me, this issue that, we shouldn't think of queerness or identity as just this ideological issue, but as having a real material basis and consequences. So thank you so much for that. I'm sure there'll be a lot of engagement on that issue. Our next will be speaking to us on the topic of migration trends and the Southern African identity. Prof. Chris Njimbi is an associate professor in the Department of Political Sciences at the University of Pretoria. He holds the South African Research, the SAKI chair in the political economy of migration in the SADC region. As director of the center, his research focuses on regional integration, migration, borders, the informal economy, and governance. Edited MISTRA's volume on migration, which I believe is outside purchase. Thank you so much for with us and taking a bit of it.
He's also a full professor.
Yes, full professor. Thank you so much for those kind words. Thank you for your kind words. I'll keep it short. I'll just cut to the chase, and it's an evolving story for me. And it's just a story that I'm trying to tell about othering. The identity part, I think I don't need to identify, to elaborate on, because when you talk about migration, you know who a migrant is. Although there are deeper issues that we can link into identities of migration. If I take it to the US, for example, when you talk about a migrant within the US, there are various categories. Although the system of registration in the US of migrants is very limited, so it will just list you as either Black or white. And that's it. But if you come to South Africa, you say, okay, you are a migrant, but how do you identify? You are Black, you are white, you are Indian. There are all those differences. And then we can go deeper into specificities in terms of at least physical identity before we move to the aspects of identity. But I want to talk more about the othering of the migrant in Southern Africa, not in South Africa, the whole Southern African region. And it's just a historical story that I'm talking about, and this process of othering and in relation to international migration, and just spotlighting on the 21st century, the period that we are in. And my basic assumption is that it is rooted in the colonial encounter, colonial. And basically that's all that what I want to say with regard to the othering of the migrant in whichever country you go to in Southern Africa. Please, I want you to remember that it's not only South Africa that hosts migrants. You go to Zimbabwe, even as deplorable as the economy is there, you are going to find people from Malawi, you will find people from South Africa, you will find people from Mozambique who have migrated to Zimbabwe for whatever reason. So the whole region and even the entire continent hosts migrants from other countries. So it's not only South Africa that hosts migrants. But I'm talking about migrants in the context of the Southern Africa too. And saying that starting with colonial conquest and the capitalist campaign, I think that's where we begin to see the othering of migrants in this region. So I won't go into details explaining what happened in terms of how colonialism came to the campaign, but we all know. But what came with that we had eventually the establishment of the Westphalian state and the enforcement of borders. So a territory that initially did not have physical lines of separation, or acquired physical lines of separation. And that's where we begin to see other in terms of who belongs to where and who does not belong to where, in that sense. So basically that speaks to the conditions that enable othering. The colonial encounter and colonial rule, and the capitalist expansion or capitalist campaign that we saw in the region. So borders are established, then we begin to see who belongs where and does not belong. But when we come to the who, in terms of on othering, so who are the performers and who are the others? There are two groups. This sounds more like binary. They are the performers of othering, and the other group are the ones that are othered. So the primary basis of othering, I would argue, is race. So it's based on racism. And here, I would say that race is diverse. First of all, we need to take note of that, as I have differentiated between the way the Americans would distinguish or profile human beings in terms of black and white only. But race is diverse, and then it differs from the universal black and white that you find in the US. So in the US, you are either black or white. So it's basically based on color. But race is more than color. It goes beyond color. So there are various racial markers that you're going to see. If we talk about ethnicity, that's a racial marker. If we talk about culture, it's a racial marker. Language is a marker of race. So there are all those nuances, even religion, the gender that we're talking about, it's a marker of race. So that, of course, certainly color, but it is not the sole identifier or marker of race, if you like. So there are specific social practices, and that will depend on colonial histories. And again, I will repeat that these markers begin to gain prominence with the colonial encounter. So there are those histories that you're going to have and practices that depend on colonial histories. And then in various parts of the world, of course, but our interest is in Southern Africa, racism would be accorded various marks as a marker. Like, what do you see? What do you look at to say this is a distinct race and this is another race? So racism then forms the basis upon which people in various parts of the world hierarchize in terms of their role, and in terms of whether they belong to a certain group. And mostly, generally, if you look at the decolonial scholarship, for example, it speaks about inferior and superior groups. And race basically forms that line. But going deeper into racism, again, to reiterate, there are those other markers that we need to look at, like culture, language, and so on and so forth. So these markers in each serve clearly to clearly and establish a hierarchy of individuals, a hierarchy of human beings into superior and inferior. So at the end of the day, actually, organization occurs through the marking of bodies. So it's your individual goal actually that will distinguish you. And it's even become so technical that if you are going through, well, most borders on the African continent use biometric. Some actually don't even have biometric passports. Those enter on a piece of paper. But if you travel to places like Europe, it's gone beyond using biometric passports. Just looking into there's a screen there, you look into it and you go through. But that marks you. It marks the body. And that distinguishes you. If you are a foreign body, as far as the authorities or the powers that be
that system already marks you to say a foreign body has entered or has crossed our borders into our territory. And then they whatever they use that for. But the point I'm trying to make is that racialization occurs through the marking of bodies. And so there's this occurrence of racism or racialization that is binary, sort of binary, and it depends also on the context. So just to bring it to 3 points that I would like to emphasize as I end, I have a minute to go. So first of all, the colonial conquest, you have these campaigners that were coming with their colonial project and capitalist project, and already they differentiated themselves from their subjects, okay? And to add to that, their color was different from the subjects, the individuals that they subjugated. So that, secondly, the imposition of a capitalist economic system when they entered the Southern African region. So the people that they found in the region had their own economic system, but they were forced to abandon that system and to enter into an imposed economic system. That had implications for movements of people in the region. Besides forcefully displacing people into localities where they wanted them to be located and also to acquire woodland and everything else. The system itself basically segregated people, initially on the basis of color. But eventually, as the system got established, there was this deliberate orchestration of making sure that people move into spaces where they are designated spaces. So if you are bringing, for example, labor from Malawi into South Africa, that labor is not supposed to mix with the labor that is based in Limpopo. And one of the reasons is because you don't want them to associate with one another, and upon associating with one another, they would gain consciousness about the way in which we're treating. And the point I'm driving to here actually is that there is this solidarity that inevitably emerged from even these groups that we're trying to so strongly to separate. And that the labor movement in the region was very fundamental in fighting for political independence. And yet within itself, it was divided across borders in the sense that there was the colonizer was treating foreign labor differently from local labor. So that's already sowed seeds of division. And among them, even after acquiring independence, therefore, you would find that that othering had already been, the seed of othering had already been sown. So that today, if you talk about what is currently happening, where you say people are taking away jobs, for whatever reason, the fundamental reason why those that are coming from outside are identified as the ones that take away opportunities. Because that seed was sown. I think I'll stop there.
We'll now move on to someone else I moved from 10 years ago. Just me was the first person I bumped into. It's when I went to postgrad studies. Yeah, lovely to have you in the session. Tasneem is a researcher at Wits SWAP, where she has been based since 2017. She works on the Popular Politics program, where she has conducted research on community protests, as well as electoral politics. Her broader research interests include political organizations, social movements, and popular politics. As a PhD candidate, her project is titled Popular Politics and the Congress Tradition.
You can hold us into in France.
not a bad thing. Thanks, Jablo. Okay, so I said it's 5 minutes plus, it's try to be very short. First, just a disclaimer, I'm not from any working class organization or union movement, and I think perhaps those are important places to continue to keep in the room. So I'll steer clear of making remarks about these from within these kind of organizations. So I'm rather going to situate what I'm saying in terms of national political discourse and particularly in terms of the elections. Last year's election. So the sense I got is that a lot of this conversation is driven by the outcomes of that election, the sense of fracturing of the political space, a sense of people moving into different forms of identity that have shaped their political choices in the election. So I'll try and keep my my comments at that level. So just a few things. I mean, to start off, the one is that working class identities have formed, as Prof just said, an important part of historical political mobilization. In South Africa, particularly, we have a long history of the trade union movement and it being a component of the national liberation. I think someone mentioned earlier the ICU, and well, like it goes, there's a long history of the mobilization of working class identities. There's a fundamental problem, however, about talking about working class identities and the idea of a worker in a context of precarious work, joblessness, mass unemployment, and forms of work that do not fit with the identity of working class any longer. So how do we talk about working class political identities in this context? And I think this has become a central problem in South African politics. Now, I would argue is actually what drove a large part of the conversation around the 2024 election. So a few more points just before I get into that. Working class political identities clearly intersect with other forms of identity. I think that's why it's useful to have it on this panel. And it's important not to ignore that. Although it's been mobilized in universalist terms, it does intersect with all of these other forms of identity. Gender, youth, nationalism, ethnicity, sexuality, etc. can't be separated from a conversation about the mobilization of working class identities. So even though it does take on this kind of tone, we can't ignore this. Then there's a question of how you foster solidarity in the face of uneven forms of economic inclusion and high levels of economic exclusion. And in this, we have to acknowledge the role of the trade union movement in South Africa and the fact that its role has shifted over the last 15 years in particular, in fundamental ways. Right? The ways in which we talk about the trade union movement now and 15 years ago are fundamentally different. And there are a number of reasons for that. And this is not a kind of conversation about the changes in the trade union movement itself, but that's important for us to hold in mind when we're talking about any sort of mobilization of the working class. So in terms of the 2024 election, I want to point out just one simple fact, which is that the idea of jobs and employment were actually central to the political conversation. And what happened was that we ended up having a long conversation afterwards about the mobilization of ethnic identities, particularly because of the role of the MK party and how they really just worked by an election. But I want to bring us back to how the parties position themselves on this issue. So I'm going to take the four parties that emerged as main parties out of the election. The ANC's headline of its election campaign and manifesto was around transforming the economy and job creation. The DA spoke about, I'm quoting here, rescuing South Africa from unemployment. That was its #1 priority. The EFF's campaign was structured around the line, our jobs and land now. MK spoke about unemployment and neoliberalism as a central problem, combining that with the land question. So these are just the four major parties for whom the question of jobs and unemployment was very much at the heart of what drove their campaigns. At the same time, there was no socialist party on the ballot last year. So these were the kind of main options that people were working with. And then there's this fracturing into smaller political parties, which we saw in the election. So what ended up happening was that the national question dominated the conversation in this election, and ideas about the nation, who belongs to it, who doesn't. But actually what sat at the center for me reading these different positions of political parties is the question of jobs in a country with us. So what we can draw from this is that actually working class identities were muted or not being mobilized in the election cycle in South Africa, right? So it's an idea that jobs are central and wage labor is actually declining as a structuring force in South Africa. There's no longer, at least in terms of our electoral cycles, and indeed, I think in terms of public politics, discourse around an organized working class as being really important to shaping political outcomes in South Africa. Instead, there's a desire to enter the idea of the working class, to get jobs, get employment, and that's become a central organizing concept. So that's the elections. But just to mention, similarly, my research into protests and movements has shown that the idea of working class and mobilization on class identity is actually limited. So, for example, community protests that have come to shape the protest landscape in South Africa do not mobilize working class identities, and trade unions are largely not part. Community movements often mobilize the unemployed, and particularly the idea of the unemployed youth are central to how we understand community protests. Demands for jobs themselves are part of what communities go to their local municipalities and local governments to demand. And so it's, of course, with the little asterisks, community protests are not about service delivery only as often as spoken. In fact, we find that demands for jobs and demands around corruption are actually really central to organization. So that's one way of understanding it also outside of electoral cycles in terms of protest movements and how movements mobilize ideas of the working class. Similarly, I can give you an example from These Must Fall, because we're commemorating whatever this 10-year anniversary of the student worker movement. And it's called that, the student worker movement, or a lot of us read the literature and write about this moment, talk about it in terms of the student worker movement. But at WITS, for example, I come from, the bringing in of workers into the demands of the movement, where outsourcing and into outsourcing was framed as one of the key 3 demands, was very much in terms that didn't use ideas around the formal working class, right? And that's because those workers were not organized by traditional labor movements once outsourcing became a feature of South African universities. So instead, what you have is, if you trace it back to when workers began organizing after the introduction of outsourcing, the first campaign is actually around a white manager who was referring to Black workers using racial slurs. And that becomes the first kind of campaign that begins to organize workers on campus, and then morphs into this campaign against outsourcing, which is seen as an affront to the dignity of Black workers on campus, not just in the kind of universal idea of the working class. So I think there's important ways in which the ideas and mobilizations around the working class have shifted, both in terms of our electoral politics, but also in terms of organizing. Yeah, I mean, I think I'll sort of leave it there. That my central point is just that the conversation about, electorally, the conversation about work has come to dominate. The conversation about entry into ideas of work has become important, rather than the mobilization of the organized working class or the class towards political.
Now I must pretend I don't know Siseko. Prof. Siseko Khumalo is an associate professor in higher education studies at the University of Johannesburg. His research focuses on the intersection of African philosophy, decolonial critique, and feminist theory, with a commitment to transforming the politics of knowledge in higher education. Prof. Khumalo holds a Master of Arts Cum Laude in political philosophy from the University of Pretoria and is a 2023 Harvard South African fellow. He is the founding editor-in-chief of the Journal of Decolonizing Disciplines and has taught at institutions including Karolinska Institute in Sweden. His work engages with indigenous epistemologies and critiques colonial structures in academia.
To begin with, I want us to hold a particular idea in mind, right? Which was to say that what is known as common law in the United Kingdom is similar to what becomes in South African context articulated as quote unquote customary law. So it flows from the ways of life of the Englishmen, but then common law is transported to the colonies to become, in South African context, this notion of Roman Dutch law, right? So I want us to hold that in mind as I do this work. And I must also admit or suggest or clarify that it's not Black archives, it's the Black archive, the singular, not plural. The Black archive underscores the necessity to look to materials that have been historically marginalized and neglected when dealing with the question of what South Africanness is as a national identity. In the process of examining this question, I will not deal with the contestations of the very idea of South Africa, as I am not convinced of the debates concerning its legitimacy. And I think Dr. Dladla has already dealt with those, just to indicate that insofar as I am on track with him on certain issues, there are particular areas where I distinctly diverge with him. I am of the Charterist tradition, which of course, as he indicates, the civil rights movement and not necessarily liberation, right? I will concede the point. Simply in examining the Black archive and using it to answer the national question, I take it for granted that the political project that is South Africa is one worthy of our investment and collective buying. My interests lie in this particular instance in determining how a national identity, and I'm thinking here with Roger Smith's work when he thinks about political peoplehood, can be conjured in view of the failures of modern liberal institutionalism. To be sure, thinking out of the liberal crisis is offered as a method of understanding the possibilities of creating new institutions that allow for a more just world. I have a footnote here to say to frame justice as a preoccupation with the original injustice of conquest. And here I think Dr. Mbebe has already sort of articulated that in her address this morning, but I'm also thinking with the work of Joel Mudiri and Ramose is not of great concern to me, insofar as I am a student of the Arendtian tradition that outlines the reality of the constitution of the nation as always mired by the act of violence. Determinative to the act of constituting a nation, and I use the concept of constituting as the process of state and national formation, in line with the thinking offered in Madlingozi's brother, is the process of selecting those elements that will define the nation, a question that concerned the thinking of scholars like Wickham and Ndebele in the 20th century already. In the Arendtian sense then, violence is taken to be one of the foundational acts of constituting the nation, either through conquest, processes of erasure, deletion, and acts of curating what ought to count as constitutive of the nation. In this sense, I look to post-liberalism not as a method of correcting the original sin of conquest, but rather as a method of working my way out of the current dispensation of the inheritances of the very liberal tradition that has allowed us to arrive at this crisis of liberalism, right? Just find myself. Okay. Oh. Moreover, the notion of post-liberal futures is offered in view of how liberal protections fail when they are confronted by the demands of legitimacy that are put to liberal democratic frameworks by the indigenous people on whom liberal constitutionalism is imposed. Now, insofar as I disagree with Dr. Dladla, I'm not necessarily discarding his analysis because I do think it allows us precision at the problem or the crisis of liberalism, right? So I suggest then that it is imposed on the rationale of republicanism in its historical articulation of civic virtue, the common good, and freedom as non-domination. In the sense articulated by Rousseau, liberal constitutionalism as Republican institution or Republican institutionalism underscores the ideal of institutional design that aligns with the general will. Back to the earlier comment, just the common law is what is known in our context as customary law. Okay, so I'll repeat the sentence. In the sense articulated by Rousseau, liberal constitutionalism as Republican institution underscores the ideal of institutional design that aligns with the general law. Simply, the institutional designs that govern the demos are in concord or in concordial agreement rather with the ontological framework of those governed by said institutions. In this sense, the freedom of the people, articulable as non-domination, requires both civic virtue and political institutions that prevent arbitrary power while sustaining the republic across time. In this framing of Republican institutionalism, which derives from political theory and the great tradition as it distinguishes between power and authority, in addition to that essay that we got from Hannah Arendt in 1994 that makes precisely that distinction between power and authority. What happens when institutions that are meant to sustain the republic at this time are questioned, which I think is what the Black radical tradition puts on the table, right? It suggests that the very institutions that are meant to govern us are actually illegitimate. So what happens in that context? My suggestion is that in looking to the Black archive, we find methods of designing new institutionalism that can allow us to transcend the liberal crisis while facilitating governance as non-domination. The question these institutions derives from a legitimacy test or failure, wherein the indigenous peoples contest the government to which they have been subjected by framing it not only as alien, but as repressive, ontologically misaligned, and thus an expression of arbitrary power whose source of legitimacy is unsubstantiated. Institutionalism here points to three interrelated components. The first is balancing competing interests. The second is preventing domination through the separation of powers and rotation in office. And the third is embedding accountability in the governance framework, expressed either through public deliberation or the rule of law. These three components denote structural and procedural arrangements in governance, with the constitution being the adopted frame in the context of South Africa. The institutionalism so construed devised to ensure the sustenance of the demos, understood in its Greek denotation of the people, which becomes the state as a corporation of a group governed through the three interrelated components briefly mentioned. Institutionalism derives its legitimacy from the demos that consents to being governed by the establishment of such institutions, right? So we then say, yes, we agree, we consent to being governed because we are the ones who actually designed these institutions. For this reason, I suggest the Black Archive as the premise of such institutions on the thinking that its architects, and I'm thinking here with scholars like S.E.K. Mkai and William Wellington Gopher, always foretold and thought with the process of creating a state and a nation whose culture coevally holds the competing identities of the demos, right? So, and I'm thinking with them precisely because they are 19th century scholars, specifically William Wellington Gopher. And I take for granted what he says in his Lovedale address in 1886, where he says that the two cultures, if they study each other, will find more similarities than differences. I undertake this exposition to pose the question, what happens when the demos refuses the governance of the institutions set out? In posing this question, my thinking is that the modern manifestation of identity politics is premised on the ontological misalignment of democracy's institutions with the identity of the people. To be sure, the legitimacy of liberal democracy, sustained by Republican institutionalism, derives from an acquiescence to be governed on the foundational logic that the institutions recognize the ontology of those who are governed. Now, in the context of South Africa, those who are governed are reduced to customary law, and their very institutions are erased from the entire democratic project, right? Again, think back to that particular claim that I made at the beginning, which is to say that in the context of the United Kingdom, what is known as common law is what becomes termed customary law in our own context. When Republican institutionalism is transplanted from European metropolitanism into the bucolic retreats, as J.M. calls it, of the colonial territories govern the indigent or the native subject, Republican institutionalism is rejected on its assumption of superiorism, right? So common law comes to us as Roman Dutch law and is said to be above what is then termed in our own context, quote unquote, customary law. My thinking here is that identity politics does not derive from norm or should not be couched as a retreat into nativist notions of being. And such a reading undermines and misreads the very fundamental point of ontological misalignment between Republican institutionalism and those who are governed. I'll stop there.
To our online speaker. Is she there? Yes, I can see. Who is Dr. Danielle van Zyl Herman. She will be speaking to us on the topic of white working class organization. With the organization, white working class organization, identity and politics. Dr. Danielle van Zyl Herman is a historian of 20th and 21st century Africa with a global perspective. She has interest in social change and political transition. Her published scholarship to date focuses mainly on colonial and post-colonial Southern and East Africa, with particular attention to issues of race, class, labor, identity, state formation, and knowledge production. She's the author of Privileged Precariat, White Workers and South Africa's Long Transition to Majority Rule, published in 2021 with Cambridge University Press. Danielle is currently a postdoctoral researcher in Nature and African History at the University of Basel in Switzerland. Take it away.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Njabulo, for the introduction, and good afternoon, colleagues. Can I just check, can you hear me well? Yeah, great, thank you. I want to say a really big thanks to the organizers for inviting me to participate today and for accommodating me virtually. It's good to be on home soil with you, as it were, and be part of this important discussion. And I'd like to note, maybe just starting out also, that as the day's been going on, I've been kind of adjusting my comments in order to refer to what some other speakers have said. The relevance kind of will be clear, and I'll refer to a few people, and I will try my best to still stick to the time limit. I'd like to start by reading a few sentences, if I may. I grew up with the union at home through my dad. He was a miner, a shift boss. I also went to work in mining, but as a fitter and turner, so I belonged to the old metal and boilermakers union. Then in the 1980s, things opened up and you could join the union of your choice. And I immediately moved to the MWU. And that same year, I was elected representative. So I think the union was a kind of passion because of my dad. These words are from an interview I did in 2011 with Anton, that's not his real name, as part of my research on white working class experiences of South Africa's transition to majority rule. The interview was in Afrikaans, and Anton was speaking about the late 1970s, early 1980s, when he had started working life. Anton mentions working in a blue-collar occupation, belonging to a trade union, not just himself, but in a generational sense. And he also mentions getting involved in trade union work, all elements which we might classically associate with being working class. At the same time, Anton's narrative is mired in race. The Metal and Boilermakers Union, which he mentioned, was one of the first trade unions to open their doors to multiracial membership in the early 1980s, when black workers were for the first time granted labor rights as part of the reforms recommended by the Vian Commission. As Anton told me, he made haste to leave the Boilermakers and join the MWU, the Mine Workers Union, an all-white union first founded in 1902, which represented the lowest skilled whites in the mining industry and which vehemently opposed any changes to the apartheid labor dispensation. So while unions like the Boilermakers opened their doors to workers of all races, others, like the MWU, opened their doors to whites of all industries, providing a home for those who opposed or felt threatened by the dismantling of race-based labor legislation. Of course, the MWU still exists today, though its constitution no longer circumscribes membership in racial terms, and it has changed its name. Since 2002, it is known as Solidarity, and it is the original founding organization of what we now know as the Solidarity Movement, where it's just one of many organizations. Anton is a proud and active member. So is the Solidarity Movement a working class organization? Does its organizations and their initiatives, and Christy in her contribution reminded us of the agendas they push, what she called enclave neo-nationalism, do these represent working class interests? Is there even a white working class? And why are we potentially uncomfortable or even outraged asking this question? A number of speakers today have already raised the global rise of neoliberal orthodoxy since the late 1970s in economic, but also in cultural terms. And notable here was, of course, the scaling back of the regulatory and protective role of the state in order to allow more freedom to market forces. The effects of this are widely regarded today as leading to the 2008 global financial crisis and preparing the ground for the deep social divisions and inequalities which are currently expressing themselves in the various nationalist, populist, anti-globalization politics that we've already discussed. And we've also already noted how this affected a shift from class to culture as a main galvanizing force in politics, including on the left, at the expense of working class agendas. And Joel mentioned this morning how right-wing populism in the US and in European countries are appealing to the base instincts of their working class, to real and felt vulnerabilities that then become entangled in narratives of white victimhood. And Christy set out before, I think very astutely, how the likes of the Solidarity Movement and AfriForum connect to and utilize Western culture wars in their own discourses, but also how Afrikaners, or a particular representation of Afrikaners as victims, become a playball, in this case, Trumpian agendas. But I want to return just for a moment to the rise of neoliberalism and its local inflection in South Africa. Here too, the economic crisis of the 1970s stimulated a reconfiguration of existing balances of power. The regulatory role of the state, which had since the 1920s formally upheld a race-based labor dispensation, started to be rolled back in the early 1980s. Race-based job reservation was scrapped. Black workers were, for the first time, granted the right to organize. African trade unions were recognized. Of course, from the perspective of South Africa's disenfranchised Black majority, these were piecemeal reforms. They were an effort by the white political and business establishment to divide urban and rural Black solidarity, to placate industrial workers, and to mollify the international community. This is why COSATU in the 1980s insisted on the indivisibility of industrial and political citizenship. White workers completely shared this understanding. They understood that the removal of apartheid-based labor regulations was the beginning of the end of the racial state, and that they would be the first casualties. For them, the labor reforms of the 1980s meant the withdrawal of state support of white workers' race-based security and rights in the workplace. And statements by white labor to the Wiener Commission and in its aftermath are fascinating for how they expose class divisions in late apartheid white society. They convey a real sense of betrayal by the white establishment, notably the National Party, and a great deal of anger, of desperation, and of claims to race-based entitlement predicated on material vulnerability. Now, these labor reforms meant that from the early 1980s, white workers became an unprotected minority in the industrial workplace. And this is what motivated the mine workers' unions' shift in organizational tactics, opening their membership beyond just the mining industry and beyond just specific categories of workers. And it was in this context in which Anton and many like him joined the MWU. Was this a racist movement? Absolutely. Were there moves to align with conservative and right-wing movements like the Conservative Party or the AWB? Yes. But the politics of this organization, a growing trade union, was driven by white workers in mining, metalworking, chemical, and similar industries whose skills base was such that they were most at risk materially at being replaced by black labor, and whose communities were much less socially mobile in terms of choosing where they live, where they send their children to school, etc. So where is this movement today? Formally, or perhaps rather publicly, it has been usurped by politics of culture. In 2002, the leadership of the MWU changed hands, moving for the first time out of blue-collar mining hands and into middle-class leadership. This is still in place. More than 20 years later, the very same individuals, some of whom attended the 2015 MISTRA Roundtable on Whiteness, Afrikaans, Afrikaners. Since 2002, the new executive pursued extensive and sometimes fraught internal ideological and discursive work to reorientate solidarity from a class-based to a culture-based organization while holding on to the original membership. This included reinterpreting long-standing experiences of class-based vulnerability in ethnic and racial terms in order to mobilize the structures of this organization for an ethnic nationalist project. And I was really happy this morning when Kio talked about Abizade's work on myth-making, myth as embellishment, as omission, as lie, because this very well kind of describes this discursive work that goes on there. Meanwhile, the reorientation of this organization towards minority and ethnic politics created space for broader post-apartheid white experiences of marginalization and cultural crisis, and this facilitated over time the massive expansion of this movement. So what about class politics in white society today? Well, I said before that formally or publicly, working class politics within Solidarity has been usurped by the politics of culture. But my research showed that within that organization, class-based othering was rife, both among the educated and respectable middle-class leadership and the veteran blue-collar members, the latter continuing to pick up on experiences and language from their 1980s workplace struggles. Indeed, when these white workers testified before the Vion Commission in 1979, yes, they made racist statements, certainly, but they did not defend race-based labor discrimination in ideological terms. They did so in class terms. And when I interviewed shop stewards and trade union representatives like Anton in 2011, yes, they positioned themselves in relation to a black other, but they also clearly perceived and resented a white other, those who can buy their own apartheid or flee overseas. What so many speakers have been careful to do today in our conversations, particularly those speaking about minority groupings, is to say this group is heterogeneous, it is multifaceted, we shouldn't make blanket statements about it. And we have repeatedly emphasized that it's impossible to discuss culture without material analysis, that we should not erase people's histories and experiences, and that myth-making needs to be exposed and deconstructed. So perhaps these maxims can help us think about what happens, what is possible, when we would interrogate our own tendency to homogenize white society and would add whites to conversations about working class identity, politics, and mobilization. Thank you.
So yeah, that was the last speaker. We'll now open for questions, but I'll start with some online. A lot of comments. There was one question, so I'll start with that before we take questions. So we have a question, quite a long one. I'll read it from Mohammed Dango. May I draw your attention to South Africa's voting profile since 1994? Note the increase in political parties. Who funds these parties and their agendas? The increase in parties from 19 in 1999 to 48 in 2019 is concerning. Does this not cause chaos in governance and the impact on service delivery? What will the next election look like with the rise of tribalist parties like PA and MK. What are the panelists' views on solutions to address this? I think maybe just you, because you spoke about electoral politics. We had quite a few comments, some not really relevant to the section, particular panel, but there was, I'll read one from Hangwi Lepatsi, because I see Tessa still with us. So it's particularly sort of like a comment to some words. And comment is, being Black as defined by the BC people was never an issue of pigmentation, but a reflection of mental attitude. A mental attitude that takes account of one's cultural foregrounding as a basis of fighting constructive subservience. All of this is too much English to be properly communicated to everyone who needs to hear it. One could even argue that the BC definition, but that by BC definition, even triple BE requires a look. Comment. So maybe, should I maybe go to the room? So yeah, the question is Ismail. I guess.
We cautiously, we're in a position where we have to pull. What is to do with my personal views? I'm not always as aggressive. Not to have to pretend. But so I want to just for mine, I'm a student or scholar of historical capitalism. We'll go back to reference to Riyama. Most of us came to know Frank Rama, heard of him, end of history argument. It's the second part of his statement that may help us understand. The second part of his statement was last man standing. Last man standing. There's the intersection. There people discuss that we can. But the point was the last man standing was a liberal capitalist. So that was the Soviet Union collapse. Then we had the decade of globalization. And across the past 30 years, now no particular order, and I'm not asking you, I may be accused of apophenia here, but we've had successive crises in the global economic, financial crisis, currency crisis, banking crisis, from the Mexican crisis, the Asian crisis today, with all these crises, and part of that, as a response, remember, when we spoke about globalization, there was talk of localization. That localization was a resistance to or a response to uneven development. So we find that over the 30 years or so, there's been a retreat into ethnic identities. Well, that has taken place and reflected in many different ways. I remember one of the Southeast Asian crisis came out, it affected Indonesia, and people retreated into the Islamic identities or local Malay, Bugis, Achanese identities. Then it will go through the thousands. There was the Tea Party, Brexit movement, the rise of Meloni in Italy, Le Pen, rise of Hindu nationalism, and it's very toxic, and Buddhist nationalism in Myanmar. So there's this rise. So as a resistance to Melania, you can refer to Melania Islamic movement, or but there's been a retreat into ethnic identities. And so the question I have is, there have been a lot of wonderful inputs here, but from my perspective, as a student and scholar of global historical capitalism, is there something to be said? I certainly think so, but to be said about historical shifts, especially over the last 3 decades, where there's been a retreat into ethnic identities, racial identities from the East Asian crisis to the Trump presidency. So how do we fit all these contributions into that historical capitalist narrative. And as I said, please don't accuse me of apophenia, but there might be a pattern in that. That might be an explanation that we can do. So.
Must I use the mic?
Yeah, no, we can hear.
This, maybe speaking of the end of history, I maybe want to quote another. Oh, sorry, my name is Mr. Roundtable. I'm from the philosophy department at MISTRA. I want to quote maybe just another great thinker before Francis Fukuyama, Thomas Pynchon, that wrote Gravity's Rainbow. The post will be nothing but events, recreated one moment to the next, no links. Is this the end of history? I think Mark Fisher has always also reminded us that capitalist realism is the inability to imagine a future. And it's an inability to have an historical imagination of the future. And they escape into a type of nostalgia. So, I mean, a question that I want to put to the panel is, what is the role and position of national liberation, the struggle for national liberation, currently in your way of thinking about the Siseko, admittedly a charterist, position? What is national liberation? What does it mean? What does liberation mean? What does national liberation opposed to any other type of end of history thing? Because it's fine to speak of end of history and cultural Marxism, but it's nice because there's no state that backs it. But is national liberation not something that has some real serious political, still has some political bones left? Why is that not something that we are thinking about, or are we thinking about it? Maybe I'm missing it. And then maybe just to from Phil Herman's paper, pretty sure we all know that, we've all read it, but 30th anniversary of Noel Ignatius, when the Irish became white. And perhaps just, also to remind ourselves sometimes that because something is new doesn't mean it's better or it hasn't been done before. But in 1967, he writes a letter to the Progressive Labour Party. So he was a labor activist long before he became an academic. And this is what he writes. This is a short quote. Greatest ideological barrier to the achievement of proletarian class consciousness, solidarity, political action is now and has been historically white chauvinism. White chauvinism is the ideological bulwark, the practices of white supremacy, the general oppression of blacks by whites. In the struggle for socialism, white workers have more to lose than their change, and have also to lose their white skin privilege. The purposes that separate them from the rest of the working class, that acts as the material base for the split in the ranks of labor. No, thank you.
Tana, maybe the next round. Take the next
round. Right, so it's Tana. I'm not good at getting to get a microphone. Don't speak once. I just start speaking. I've got 3 questions. But I don't see a
Can you check?
The sound system doesn't need, but I think if you face the audience.
Oh, it could be a bit louder. I wanted to ask you about unemployed and social bond. I've only got 2 questions. Maybe ask me. Yes, I can. After. Okay. Stop.
Yeah, you can ask a 3 questions.
Chris,
I was fascinated by what you were saying about how migration is your message. I was thinking about, how Europe talks about migrating, the Africans migrating to Europe. And I was thinking about how the migration question is very good luck not bad luck. So good luck if you're coming there on a scholarship to your master's in Europe, and you're bad luck if you get there on a boat. And so I just wanted to get your comments on how the migration issue actually brings a little relevant as to I know you talked about this a lot, but I'm just concerned that the Black Archive, you didn't speak much, or maybe I'm assuming your invitation, but how the Black Archive actually maybe itself is rather than legitimizing institutions. That dilutes the power of the Black Archive. Try to be good.
Thanks, Tim. Maybe Tasneem, you could start.
Yeah. Okay. It's gonna be frustrating, especially to the report writers, and maybe it's rather than maybe there's another roundtable. So maybe 80 parties. So that was the first question, right? Is around how we go from 18 parties to 40-something parties contesting an election. And I mean, I haven't spoken a lot about this. So maybe testing this one. But the question for me is, what do these parties represent, right? What politics do they represent? I think part of the problem has been this. So the ANC is fracturing and it's splintering into all these parties, right? Some of them have come and already gone, like COPE, and others have just fractured off, like MK, and there's EFF, and then there's this fracturing of the ANC that's happening. That's going to lead to kind of more parties. But at the same time, a lot of what some of us have said around the multiple political options is that they don't represent that wide spectrum of political choices. And so for me, it comes to that question that I think we always have to ask ourselves is, what politics do they represent? And if they're representing similar kinds of politics, then what is their role in the political landscape, right? So it's not an answer, but I do think the next election looks more like this. I think we're going to have more fracturing. I think we're in that is the era that we're in. And I mean, also again, Tessa is much more knowledgeable on this than me, but it's also something that our electoral system sets up. Lorraine will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it allows for this what I would term fragmentation of the political spectrum, whereas other electoral systems kind of foster bipartisanship. So I think it's complicated, but I want to come back to this question of what politics does it represent. Then another question, the idea about a retreat into ethnic identities or a return into ethnic identities. The question for me there is, what if it's a retreat, it's a moving backwards, right? What did we move forward from and what are we returning to? Because I'm not sure that there was a moment where the politics we're talking about in the 2024 election were not present. We might just not have been speaking about them in the same words. So there's that. The one thing I wanted to say in my talk, which I didn't say, and perhaps is part of all of this, is the ability of the right or politics on the right to mobilize the working class. And they may not be mobilizing working class identities in the traditional sense in the South African context, but they are mobilizing sections of the working class. And I think that's something that yet to properly. I'll leave. The social grants thing will.
to question, comment on, see, and then maybe just. Can we do that, like?
Yes.
Just to come in, because I think it was very informative. I can read the comment out again.
Yeah, because you directed it to.
No, but I mean, you can come in.
No, I was going to speak to this idea of the retreat to, I think partly you captured, what's the name, to say, unfortunately, what seems to be the retreat is something that I think as human beings, people are comfortable with what they know and the stable or familiar. That could be the reason why that maybe the people would go back. I don't know if we have moved to the part, but anyway, that's what I'm thinking, that there's a sense that, okay, at least if I know what being a Zulu man means compared to what I think we want to strive for that has not yet been defined. I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying that maybe there is something that is about familiarity that pushes people towards this retreat and not wanting to be uncomfortable in moving to something else and something new. And I can't say that is answering your question, but it's just like a jack off the cuff kind of an answer. But unfortunately, what is comfortable, what is secure, what is stable is not always good, unfortunately. So that is the problem I think that we need to speak to.
Maybe just picking up the issue of treating the ethnic identities, looking at it from another angle, there's a sense in which I would argue that ethnic identities are actually social constructs. So if you say we are retreating into ethnic identities, for me the question is, who propagates the idea that we should find safety in this city? So in whose interest is it that we should move ourselves or retreat into these ethnicities as history progresses? For me, that would be the question. So looking at it, yes, we may find comfort, we may find having safety in our ethnic identities, but at the end of the day, who benefits from that? That would be a question for me. Then the other question, I'm not sure if I got your question right about migration. Whether you are asking how migration is a race issue. I'm not sure if I got your question.
I feel like the way I understood what you were saying is that migration actually exposes, because you said there's actually sub-elements to race. And it actually exposes how we make hierarchies within black. I just wanted to get your comment on.
So somewhat speaks to still the issue of ethnicity. But if you think of it broadly as a racial matter, in the sense that there would be groups of people, and because you brought in the issue of the Mediterranean and crossing between the Mediterranean, so there are certain groups of people that should have the liberty to move wherever they want to go, but others should not be able to move. They should be contained or restricted. But then what criteria do we use to contain people and to let others go free? Then inevitably, you have to put people in a hierarchy, because all are human, but then they have to be hierarchized. One criteria could be on the basis of, let's say, financial power, economic power. People should be able to, but we know, if you've moved across Africa, I'm giving an anecdotal evidence. I have colleagues who are white. I have colleagues who are European. I go to another African country, I need a visa. We are going for a conference, they just walk through the borders. Or the passport stamps. But for me, I'm going into Congo DR, I need a visa to enter Congo, and yet I'm African. The European colleagues just come in. So, based on the basis of color, already there's a distinction in terms of who can walk free around the world and who can't. So basically, that's the argument that I say there is this hierarchy of individuals on the basis of race, but race also goes beyond who's as a marker. So there are places where you can go as a female, and where you can't go because you're a female. So that brings in the issue of not only hierarchy, but also the issue of borders. We make distinctions between people, and it comes close to the body actually, where your body becomes a marker or a border where you are allowed or enabled to access certain places and access places. But initially, there's this mark line that separates people that are deserving, people that are not deserving. Then we attach an adjective or maybe say color, distinguish between those. Then you can't cross those lines. But then we bring other racial markers also.
Oh, sort of a question back about nationalism. The two particular thinkers I think that are useful for me when thinking about that particular question. That's the cultural anthropologist Mahmoud Mamdani and the, philosophical anthropology of B.Y. Ndimbe, when they both talk about the colonial project inventing and fixing the African subject, right? And so the retreat, going back to the discussion I think Hazim put it, which is to say, what are we retreating to? We're retreating to categories that were invented because they are the ones that become popularized with the colonial narrative, right? I think it was well earlier on indicated that the concept of surnames comes to the continent as early as 200 years ago. Before that, it doesn't exist. So the retreat is a retreating into the colonial archive and its invention of, unquote, and I'm speaking of the African experience. I can't speak to the others because I haven't studied those other contexts as closely that you did. So I wouldn't be, it would be remiss of me to try and comment on that. But in our context, we're retreating into a very curious invention, which I think goes unquestioned, which gets instrumentalized in the 1980s by Utelezi and the late Goodwill Zwelithini for the purposes of creating a Zulu nation and Zuluness and Zulu nationality. So there's a creation, there's a weaponization, then there's the loss of the telos that David was talking about earlier on in his comment, right? So yeah, we're retreating into weird inventions. And I think our project as intellectuals, as academicians, is to actually, as journalists, is to surface the fact that we're actually retreating into our categories that are fundamentally problematic. And to be able to trace that. And I think the reason why we can't trace those inventions is because of a very curious anti-intellectualism that's sort of arrested South African public discourse that doesn't actually want to go into a history, a detailed historical analysis of where some of these concepts come from. And then to respond to Blanche, I'm insofar as I've built my career on decoloniality, I am also heavily bored, precisely because I take seriously claim that decolonization sort of puts out, which is to say, know your history. In Jayelelo Umkhaya in 1937, talks to the question of how it is that the African can call for quote-unquote national liberation And he suggests that historical awareness is a very critical and core component of that. Now, when we come into rooms like these, we throw around Gramsci, we throw around Arendt, we throw around all of these curious cats, but we don't actually think with Soga, Dioso, who's a critical figure, by the way, as an individual who occupies both worlds, that of the native subject and the colonial subject, and a product of coloniality in its infancy on the southernmost tip of the African continent, right? We don't take seriously scholarship or the thinking and public thinking that, right? So these are not ideas that are so highly convoluted and philosophical, Heideggerian, and reminiscent of Kierkegaard's, fear and trembling, right? These are very, very accessible texts that were written in Isigiti Samakosa, in Njayele, Mthetheleli wabantu, but we forget them. We forget all of that entire history, and we want to take the project of decoloniality to be the invention of Latin America. So I am bored with it. I am absolutely bored with it. And so for me, the project of national liberation, and I think this speaks to Tana's response, it speaks to reading the Black intellectuals, to thinking with John Dengo Jabavu, who supported the Land Act of 1913 by public and complicating the history. So what does it mean then for us to be situated in the Black archive? And it's to showcase that Black intellectualism in our context has always been fraught. It's always been complicated. And we are complicated right now in this very moment of identitarian politics. How do we respond with that? We respond to it by appreciating the complexity that Black intellectuals and thinkers had always held. And this is the precise reason why I can't necessarily assume the Azanian position, because I know that I come from a tradition of individuals who were complicated and who thought about what the future means for our country, coexisting with individuals who we cannot drive out into the sea. You know what I mean? So I can't, for me, national liberation is precisely the work of history, being a student of history, but being a student of history of our own intellectuals, in our own context, because they grapple with these questions. These are not new questions in South Africa.
We did grapple with it, Joe. They made it well.
Thank you for that, Prof. I know this is an ongoing debate that we've been having times. Yeah, we'll continue. Tessa, could I take you as a way of opening the second round? So we just go on, and then I'll take Ndumiso.
Yeah.
I'll take you, and then I'll take Ndums.
No.
Oh.
It's one.
Oh, Danielle. Oh, so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No worries. And I'm also in very many respects happy to leave it at what my co-panelists said, certainly about the idea of retreat into ethnic mobilization and all of, I won't go there again. So maybe I'll just respond to, because it's most relevant, I guess, to me, to the comment that was made about white workers have more to lose than their shackles. And forgive me if I don't get everything that was said, despite the very excellent take at the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. I do sometimes miss a little bit of the sound. White workers have more to lose than their shackles. I mean, Tasneem and many others have reminded us that class intersects with other forms of identity, that they can't be separated. So yeah, class and race goes together. They're co-constituted, but they do so in a very interesting way in the case of white workers, I think, and that's based on the history of racial capitalism and colonialism. The question is, I guess, is why does mobilization fall towards the shackles and not the class, as it were? And part of what we've just discussed with the retreat into ethnic mobilization is an answer to that. And various historians and thinkers have tried to theorize this. Is there a white working class? Is it a labor aristocracy? How do we move beyond the wages of whiteness? All of these kinds of things. All I'm trying to emphasize, I guess, is that we do need to also, in the case of this group of people, take that intersectionality seriously and think about, not just homogenize, but think about what does precarity mean and what does privilege mean? and how do those sit together, and how are their various elements mobilized or not? I think part of what, political movements like, be it Solidarity, or be it Trump, or be it the Alternative für Deutschland, or whatever, offers working class whites in this case, is picking up on the actual precarity that they do experience and reframing that in terms of race and ethnic privileges as something which they are entitled to, as something that is natural or real or original, as it were. And what I would just emphasize is that can we think carefully about how these things intersect beyond just going, white workers have more to lose than their shackles. Yeah.
Thanks, Dr.
Sure. Try and be as possible. On the BC thing, what worries me is the idea that Black consciousness is something that just can't be massified. That just can't, take root in the hearts and minds of all people. And I think that that's part of the problem. Because if white nationalism can take root in working class spaces, then why can't Black consciousness? And that means that there's something wrong either with the way that we're doing Black consciousness politics, the way that we're doing Black progressive politics in general, that if it's not taking a root with the people that we believe it benefits, then there's either a lack of the benefit that we're talking about, or we've failed at some level at making that benefit real. And I think that's probably the biggest issue, right? So when I speak in terms of colored identity, I always say to people, I'm politically Black and culturally colored. And I've been able to communicate that in Aldos, in working class areas, by saying one simple thing, that Blackness is not about biology, it is about oppression. And people understand that. They understand that to be oppressed is to be Black, and to be not be oppressed is to be white. That's not a difficult thing, but we've made it complex. And we've also not made it real and tangible in its outcomes, I think, as much as we need to. The second thing I want to address is the multiple political parties thing. It's a sick form again. I have no problem with multiple political parties. I have problems with electoral systems that do not allow for multiple political parties as an expression of devolved power. If democracy is about accumulating power and concentrating power in the hands of the few, then we have to recognize that it is a liberal capitalist democracy that requires that. Because whenever you have the concentration of power in the hands of the few, you're talking about the kind of systems that have just two parties. Who benefits from two parties? Fewer and fewer people. And so I think our problem is that we're not, so the question about who funds them and all of that. Truly, there are benefits to funding, just fragmenting the system. When the system is trying to get people out and keep in place the electoral system for a few. But in the same vein, the parties benefit as well. The big parties benefit from that. It's actually the big parties that benefit the most from that fragmentation if you keep the electoral systems that we have no imagination to change. And my problem is more the lack of imagination around electoral politics. Because on the other end of it, and this also speaks to this question about retreat to ethnic identities, or retreat to identity politics. What else do we want people to mobilize and politics around except identity? Working class is also an identity, right? The problem with is not that people are retreating. It's that we're not critical of representative politics. But if I want to be represented, I want to be represented by somebody who's like me. Why is it a problem when that person is colored versus when that person is poor? We actually should be questioning whether representative politics and representative arrangements of politics are the right thing for us. We're not willing to have that conversation. So I think that we have to start having more systemic conversations about whether the systems are fit for purpose and not whether the people are wrong for not bending to the systems
that we refuse to question because the end of history has happened, and it's much more comfortable to deal with the end of history and the compromises we've made towards capitalism norms over democratic norms. And then the final thing is that elite solidarity was the big thing that the end of history was based on. It was based on elite compact. What we're seeing is that poor marginalized people are encouraged to be competitive, while elites don't compete, they collaborate. They tell us that this is about the open market and competition and no, it's not. It's about elites compacting and collaborating while they make the rest of us compete amongst each other for the scraps. The fundamental problem with the system, and it's not just an economic problem, it is also political.
I'm told to wrap this session up. We'll take the next round in next session, just at the interest of time. But I want to thank all the panelists, and yeah, we'll on to the next session. Thank you, everyone.
To the Njabulu and friends.
But not friends though, right?
Thank you very much. I'm going to be overrun slightly, and but as in Njabulu, we're still going to be a little bit of a COVID, right? All right.
Be in touch.
That's so many things.
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, not me.
Okay, but you. With a not ready. Hi, everybody. I know we're all excited about the discussion. It's the final session, and which I think will prove as exciting as all the previous sessions. And it's chaired by Dr. Sandy Africa. I think a number of you know her in different contexts. She's currently MISTRA's Director of Research from the beginning of this year. And she has a career spanning 40 years, but I would say 40 lives. And Sandy has worked in the NGO sector, public sector, think tanks, and the higher education sector. And I'll hand over to you. So the panel itself, the theme is National Dialogue and Social Compacting, and she'll explain why we're dropping the identity politics.
So thank you, and just to reiterate, panelists that some people are leaving because they have planes. Some are flying out this afternoon, but we've really had a very rich discussion today, problematizing of identity politics. So the program, which you're very well aware of, I think is self-explanatory. And we've had a really rich discussion with people coming from very different points of view about what is our identity as South Africans. Some actually saying, is there such a thing as South Africa? We've also ventured into the African identity, one of the Southern African identity. And we're hoping to curate all of this into a publication, much like our Afrikaans and African identity. So I know you were mentioning here earlier, but things held you back. So you'd have been part of the discussions in any case. And I'm also saying that for the benefit of our guests. But as part of this discussion, we really thought it would be useful to situate our problematizing of national identity and identities in South African politics, African politics, in a discussion or some understanding of what is unfolding as what we all have come to know as the national dialogue process. And so we're very, very fortunate to have with us the co-chairs of the National Dialogue Eminent Persons Group. And so allow me, before I give the floor to them, to briefly introduce to you Professor Tiniko Maluleke, who is one of the co-chairs of the National Dialogue Eminent Persons Group, but also the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Tshwane University of Technology. And secondly, he's with Ruth Meyer, co-chair, but we also all know him for his prominent role in South African politics, including being one of those who was very instrumental in ushering in democratic South Africa alongside other political players. So with those brief words of introduction and with no constrictions or even no questions posed to me, we really are keen to hear where we are with that process, where it's going, and how in fact, it feels like we've been in a national dialogue session. It's been very robust. We've heard, we've actually had opposing points of view, but we've kept talking. And I guess that's the whole point of the national dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. I apologize for walking in from the cold. As it were, because we would have benefited to have a feel of the discussions that have taken place. If the national dialogue was an antidote for identity politics, we wouldn't have had 100% boy politics of 7, 8. So clearly, our series of national dialogue right at the beginning of our democracy did something to help us deal with the imposed national identities that we have, especially the national identities crafted around ethnicity and the homeland system. But clearly, it didn't extinguish those identities completely. They continue to exist, which is why I refer to the 100% to the. But identity politics are, I'm sure you were confirming it earlier, are not just a South African problem, global challenge and an African challenge. For as many years as I've been to Kenya in the 1990s and 80s, I know that it mattered whether you were Kikuyu, Kalenjin, or any other, that the politics were crafted also around that. Same goes to Nigeria. In Europe, in the 70s, the right-wing political parties, which were more identity-based, were getting 1%, 2% if they were lucky in elections. Today, they are getting more than 30%, more than 40%. In fact, they are inching closer and closer to power. And so, national dialogues do not seem to be able to cure that problem. But they are probably our best, one of our best bets to, if we will ever be able to tackle this problem. Think about the fact that our own national dialogue, and maybe the problem is the national dialogue, this idea of the national dialogue as an event, as a big thing that starts on a particular day and ends on another, is very problematic. Because what you really have are a series of national dialogues, some of which are not formalized as such, and may not even
be called that. Because if you think about the discussion that former President Mandela used to have with the representative of the apartheid government when he was in prison, was in Robben Island and Victor Verster, and the discussions that were held in Dakar, and Fortescue and Langa and Patong, including national dialogues as protest action. So national dialogue is not only a question of people sitting down and talking. Protest actions and the objections that people made in various spaces in South Africa were part and parcel of the national dialogue. What we do want to say, and we have recently written an op-ed together, some of you may have seen it, but our view is that the South African national dialogue should proceed on the basis of our hopes and our dreams, which are captured in the Constitution and in the National Development Plan. It should not proceed, the dialogues should not proceed on the basis of our fears and our current frustrations, which are many. Because if we were to do that, we would probably overwhelm ourselves. We do want to say that there has been many challenges up until now in the national dialogue process. Part of the challenges we know, some are usually unexplored, and we will try to mention some of them. The idea that the national dialogue is the opposite of action is a problematic one, because the national dialogue ought to be part of the action that is to take, and not the opposite thereof. And the idea that it may be a distraction from taking action is understandable given the low trust level we are in at the moment, but it need not be a distraction. It is because we have agency. We can make it something different from a distraction or a talk show or a waste, a costly exercise. And by costly, I don't just mean money, because it is very costly to talk if you are not going to make that talk part of the action that needs to be done. Some of the challenges we have is that up to now, the content of the national dialogue has not been defined very clearly. Certainly not been communicated very clearly as to what is the content, the substance. And people assume that we're going to talk about the same old, which is why perhaps they are put off. So there is need for the content to be clarified. And there is need for a contestation, even of the idea of the national dialogue itself. That is part of the dialogue process. What it is about, to what end. So we speak about the social context. Rolf was telling me that he asked ChatGPT which countries have the social context. And he got a huge list of Singapore, Germany, and others. Of course, these are the contexts that help them come out of very difficult situations. And South Africa was also included, except that the social compact that was referred to is one that is highly contested. It was the gear, the gear process, which got Labour very upset, and will continue to go Labour with that. So we have to find a way of going beyond, but building on the national dialogues we had before. Elections are a form of national dialogue. And we need to refer to them and learn from them, both the ones that are coming and the ones that we just had in May last year. We also need to build on the work that has already been done by the Mutante Committee, the high panel, by the Zondo Commission, by the National Planning Commission. It's not as if we are starting a completely new dialogue that does not refer to all of the other processes that we have been through as a country. In fact, you could argue that the national dialogue is ongoing, both in this room, but also inside the taxis and in the buses and in the around the dinner tables and in the stock fairs and in the classrooms and in the national dialogue. What we need to do is how to harness those dialogues into impactful, directed processes that will inform the social contract. We need to identify 3 or 4, maybe 5, but 5 is too much, ideas around which we want to build the social contract. But at the moment, that is not very, very clear. So in 2016, 2014, I was in the US for an academic conference and was looking for anyone who would confirm that they had voted for Trump because he had just won the elections at that time. I couldn't find a single one, except the taxi driver who took me to the airport confirmed that he liked Trump and he was black, the taxi driver. But I had a sense that whatever it is that Trump is riding on is bigger than the media was telling me. That the right-wing politics of Trump were having a little bit more support and were growing, perhaps, fearfully. The same with the AfD in Germany. In the 1970s, they were not getting much support. They had a different name, of course, I think. Did they? Or maybe it's Marine Le Pen's party in France. And her father, who founded Rassemblement National, it also has been growing in support. So there is a sense in which we need more national dialogues because we are moving in the direction of identity politics deeper and deeper across the world. I don't think we are going to be able to stop identity politics, but identity is an invented thing, and we can contribute to inventing better, more inclusive, more progressive identity using the in terms of process, we are now at steering committee formation stage. Steering committee, of course, will drive the national dialogue. The eminent persons group, which is a misnamed group, really, very little that is eminent about the persons intended. The eminent persons group is really intended to provide the assurance and background support to the work of the steering committee, which will roll out a series of national dialogues across sectors throughout the provinces, up to local places, including the wards. That is the vision of the national dialogue as it will unfold. It will be directed in terms of structure, but there will be no restriction in terms of, there shouldn't be any restriction in terms of what can be discussed, who must be in the room, and how people should discuss this. And there should be no ableism in the process itself, so that all people are able to communicate in all ways through all the 12 languages of the country, but also to communicate in non-verbal terms also. So that's more or less the vision, and that's where we are. I'm not sure if you want.
Maybe just one or two ideas. Thanks, Nico. When we talk about national dialogue and social compact, I think there might be a lot of different ideas about what social compact can mean. That is why I inter alia went into AI to see what examples exist and is there a definition? I don't think there is. So for us, there is a need, I think, to clarity on the subject going forward. If the outcome is to be a social compact, then I think it's important that that be part of the discussion, dialogue. The problem that I think partly exists at the moment, we are struggling with it ourselves, is that there is no clear focus. Is seemingly a need, because the country is in a crisis in many ways. And the dialogue, I think, when first raised about 18 months or 2 years ago, I'm speaking Jonas, when he spoke to me about the subject out of his own initiative, I think it was trying to address what seemingly was an emerging crisis developing in South Africa. Then came President Mbeki, and he highlighted the subject. Then further debates took place during the past year on the subject. But I think there is still no, apart from identifying the crisis, there is no clarity on what it needs to be addressed. In the 1990s, we had an easy task. It was about finding a replacement for apartheid. And that was the Constitution. So it was focused, it was clear, the intent was there, the outcome was driven. Now we are in a far more heavy space when you talk about dialogue, what it has to achieve. And I think the starting point for us in the next period, once the steering committee is in place, will have to be to identify clarity with regard to the focus and with regard to timelines. We are also going to see a competition with the local government elections coming, which is already in the air. So all of those factors are going to play a role. Personally, I think that is the view of us as co-chairs. We can't step away from this moment. We can't step away from this moment, and we have to utilize the national dialogue in its best way possible to contribute towards getting out of the crisis. The crisis is going to, I think all indications are there that the crisis is rather going to escalate instead of diminish over the next period of time. The current commission's work just indicates part of it. If I can just sideline say something about use even the word politics. But dialogue in the 1990s transformed a lot of people, including myself. Where I came from as a youngster, not only supporting the National Party, but adhering to identity, arrived to what was called Christian nationalism. You want to put it in different words, white supremacy. And the way in which people like me were able to transform ourselves, especially through the process of dialogue on an inclusive basis, was massive. I hope that we can revive the spirit of the 90s in that regard. And the outcome of it is encapsulated in the Constitution. To aspirations dealt with in the Constitution. And I would hope, and I think that is part of our dream, that some of that can be revived in the dialogue process that lies ahead. You know, I identify myself still as a white Afrikaner, but I'm first of all a South African. But I'm also distinguishing myself from other white Afrikaners in a very clear way, because my approach is to be inclusive, while some of them are exclusive in their approach. And therefore, there is no room, in my mind, for an Afrikaner political party, for anything of that kind. And I would hope the same would apply to all other ethnic groups in the country. So, in summary, I think we must get clarity of purpose as far as the national dialogue is concerned, and I would hope that the inputs from today can help us to serve that purpose. The starting point might just as well be in constructing next year's local elections competent authorities that can actually address part of the problem in the crisis that we find ourselves in. But might the dialogue also, I would say, help us to bring us closer as South Africans. There is probably something like a national identity. We have struggled with that over the last 30 years. But we should not stop from working towards it. And the dialogue, in that regard, can make a contribution. Like it helped us in the 90s to transform ourselves from where we were. And the very last point I would like to make is that, you know, I just picked up a little bit, and we just picked up a little bit from what was said in the previous session. And the whole idea of politics and color, I think, is quite relevant in this. Racial segregation in South Africa was founded on the paradigm of superiority versus inferiority. Today, maybe we have that level of inequality of economic superiority versus inferiority, which is very sad. I hope we can simultaneously address that. A lot of loose ideas.
Thank you. I think those are very fitting reflections to draw us to, you know, at the end of the day, because in a way, even without having been here, you've touched on the very issues that we've been debating today. How to characterize structural injustices and inequality that have led to people feeling excluded or marginalized and not included in something. How do we overcome that? How we actually understand the past. And it was interesting that there were very different interpretations of the past, and no one is right and no one is wrong. They are just what people experience and consciously bring into a room in order to carry out I guess we're fortunate in that we do as South Africans, right, to talk through. So I think we'll open up for discussion, but you know, I mean, an underlying issue has been that of how to deal with the past. And I, for example, wonder if you have any thoughts on how you are going to get, we accepted that, you know, there has been a kind of re-racializing of our elites, which are fairly only white, or economic power, I suppose, arguably be concentrated But there's an elite that we have to deal with. How do we actually, if anything, force conversation that really does begin to transform society with those? But also recognized, I think, that whiteness is quite entrenched and in fact is probably emblematic of power in a way, and globally, to why we have the right globally of the white race. It's an ideology underpinning economic inequality. So how do we actually have a dialogue which actually gets people to accept that we're not building anything, least of all a common South African identity, unless those issues of the past or those injustices of the past are addressed. How do we get us all into the room where we can have that discussion? And then lastly, both of you have referred to this crisis that needs to be overcome. What is the crisis? Because perhaps when Mr. Bisi Jonas was responding, perhaps there was a political moment that he was concerned about. When President Becky spoke about a crisis and the need for a dialogue, perhaps there was a moment. Are we perhaps now past that moment? Is it still the most imaginative way of moving forward? Because we've been saying that we need to challenge our collective imagination as to how we move out of the quagmire that we are in. I'm just throwing those into the room as a few ideas, but I want to also open up the floor for discussion. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to get the online. We also have people online. How I'm going to get those question. Yeah, but let's have about 3 questions from the room. Okay, next 1, 2, and 3. You can speak loudly. You don't need the mic.
Speak loudly. I'll try and speak loud as I can. I just wanted to pick up, I've got 2 questions. One, pick up on what Dr. Sandy was saying about, these historical injustices. And only ask my question, but referring to an example. I've been following and I've actually been attending the Craddock Fall inquest, just started again, and the second installment of it is actually coming up again now, middle of October. What has struck me by reading up more about this case is that it's not just about, it's heinous the way in which these poor people feel. But when you read the story, what comes out of it is issues around, for example, intellectual repression. And when we think about national, state security apparatus and the secrecy bill and all those things. You look at the work that Credora was doing, which is the organization that started in Craddock, which articulated the land question in terms that was pertinent to that time, but we're still dealing with the land question. And my worry is that when we talk about historical injustice or the past, we only talk about historical injustices as actual events that be remedied or accounted for. But we're also losing the wisdom and the principles and the ideas about how to do the state. That was actually brought out and problematized by all these things that are happening in the past, beyond just, okay, we need to stop a war. And we need to deal with the legacy of apartheid. But what are we missing by not really unpacking the lessons of certain injustices? Like, for example, the credit. And all of these things, all of these sorts of examples, there is lessons that come out of that go beyond just putting surface level. So I just wanted to know, how is there space within the national dialogue to go back to these things, but not just to solve the concrete problem, but to mine for these lessons? And then, Mr. Mayor, you said that there is probably not a national identity. But they are probably national interests. And I know that Durga has sort of workshopped the national interest document and all those things. But I wonder if that could not come up more strongly in the national dialogue. Because like Prof. Malaweke said, we need to be looking at what are our aspirations, what are our dreams. I feel like if we look at national interest, it moves us away a little bit from the identity issue.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll just take two more with a overburdened, and then, yeah, we can respond. So, and Joe.
No, I mean, as you were saying, Chair, the discussion today has been on identity, maybe sub-identities, and the sense that one gets from the unfolding process attached to the national dialogue is that in search of representation and visibility, sub-identities are subdividing into sub-identities, and each one is classifying themselves as one or the other. And the concern that arises is that this may result in the fracturing of discourse around, should one call them the big issues that matter? And how do we ensure that the effort to ensure inclusivity and that everyone is visible and feels heard, we do not end up with detail at the expense of, if you like, efficient.
Here and back.
Thank you very much. John Rhodes, Creations Exchange, and sometimes the University of Oxford. Tanika, you talked about hopes and dreams, and you reminded me of how Jakes Howell used to argue that there was a progressive imagination of the future that was deeply rooted in South African society, which informed those discussions in the 1990s. Today, we wrestle all day really what David spoke about, which is a collapse of what used to be called the left, or progressive forces, but any kind of progressive notion of the future. We have nothing by way of an imagination of the future. What we do have is a very destructive right imagination. How do you see your hopes and dreams idea helping to construct a progressive imagination of the future for South Africa and more generally?
Okay, so let's perhaps pause at that point, and if there's anything that you'd like to respond to, I think we have the roles of just reflecting, and then if there's anything online with the votes.
I'm not sure that I understood all the questions. I think your comment needs to sort of deepen into your comment about how do we imagine a future identity if we have not dealt with historical injustice. And you were saying that we need even to further problematize the past and have a lot more detail to it than just speak glibly of it, because the experiences of the past are various in intensity and also in their continuing effects, as it were. So the past is obviously a problem that sits with us because it's not in the past, it's still in the present. Whiteness that we refer to is at some level a legacy issue, but also a very palpable issue for now. So we need to find a way of going backwards and forwards on many of the issues that we discussed, because if we don't do that, we will not be able to resolve them. If we think they've just occurred now, or we just want to talk about what we are experiencing as a generation 30 years later, not realizing that the problems are older than just 30 years. They've been here for a long time. So one hopes that in the hundreds of dialogues that we will have, there will be space for that kind of historical input to be made. In fact, there are interest groups, subgroups to refer to Wilson comment now. Whose main contention is the addressing of past injustice and not just the present. Structuring of discourse and of course the question of vision. What is the vision of the future that we have? There may be a flagging, if you like, a slagging of that vision. But the vision is captured, some of it in the National Development Plan, some of it in the notion of the Rainbow Nation or the Mandela's Reconciliation Project, which is foundational to the society we hoped to become. I don't think we can just discard those and say we want to start afresh. And part of the problem, of course, is that it has become a national pastime to rubbish some of the foundational ideas, and with nothing in the place being put in its place. So I think to construct the vision of the future, we need to refer to the foundations that we have. Not that we need to be sheepishly, sloganeer about the Rainbow Nation, when in fact we are still racially divided, ethnically divided, and so on. So the danger of fracturing is there. And the fracturing would be would really be bad because it would not take us further than where we are now. It's likely just to keep us where we are. We want to go in the direction that he was referring, the progressive imagination. I'm not sure where, if I've left anything that you want to add.
I just want to latch on to the point that Sandy was referring to. Is there a crisis of what is it? Because everybody talk about the crisis. And maybe that should be the starting point to identify and seek maximum sufficient consensus on what is the crisis. I think certain things, but everybody else might have completely different ideas. But you know, two things that come to my mind, I can just put it. The one is escalate level of insecurity. All that. I think that is the real crisis. And the second is the absence of jobs, opportunities. South Africa is going backwards. We're getting poorer year by year. All the statistics indicate getting poorer year by year. And we have to address that. Otherwise, we won't get out of that situation. So, you know, is the dialogue the place to address it? Maybe yes, because South Africans have the opportunity every 5 years to speak through elections. And if they don't get results after the elections, then something must be wrong. And therefore, we must potentially look at a different way of addressing those questions. So that is, I think, where the dialogue comes in. On your point about, you know, national identity, I really have a feeling we have not seen a real significant buy-in to the preamble to the Constitution. We did so, we would have had a national identity. Look at the preamble of the Constitution, it's embedded in the Freedom Charter. There's no reason why we can't promote it. is the real expression of our nationality. And I would hope that, we refresh our minds in that regard. We have to take it to a next step, build a new vision. But I think the roots of it is there.
The crisis is the growing distance between the ideals we have about who we are and where we want to become and what we are. There is a growing distance between those two things. So maybe we do have a national identity, but it is too nasty to look it in the eye. Because that national identity is violence against women, that national identity is corruption, that national identity is all the things that are occupying the conditions that we've had for 200 years. I'm not saying it is definitively so, but the levels of violence, for example, violence against women, are too high not for them to be part of something of who we have become as a country. The levels of corruption are also too high for it not to become something we have become. Because it's not only that there is corruption happening up there, it becomes a national ambition. And becomes a national understanding. So when the police stop you, they don't even need to tell you they won't drink money. They say, you know, and you know. So there is a sort of a general understanding. That's the national identity that is emerging, and we need to confront. I'm not saying it's a complete picture. So maybe we do have a national identity.
Not so nice.
But it's a monster.
Okay, thank you so much. Njabu, will you read out the question and then we'll have one more round and then we'll have to wrap up. Yeah.
It's a pretty long question since
Summarize.
Again from Mohammed Dango, asking what is patriotism in our young democracy, particularly with the focus on developing patriotism amongst the.
Thank you. Just park that one. I guess agenda patriotism.
Yeah, luckily mine is not a question, but I think the gentlemen have had many questions from me over the last few months. But more just an adding to and a provocation to the room for some of us who've been part of trying to get this national dialogue moving. So to the question that Dr. Joel asked about sectors and fragmentation, context for that is that the steering committee is comprised with over 32 sectors and interest groups. I think it's the largest spread of sectors I've ever seen in the country. But the reason why it ended up being that way is because part of the impetus is to allow people to self-identify and to not force them to feel that they need to be represented by people they don't think represent them. To the extent that some of the subgroups have subgrouped themselves. So the transport sector, for example, representatives for taxis, e-hailers, and buses and trucks. The immigration groups have done this. So what it shows is there's a yearning for representation. We were talking earlier about the number of political parties in the country. Part of it is the yearning for representation. And I think that that's one of the opportunities that the national dialogue presents. The second is a commitment to self-organizing in society. And the national dialogue as a citizen-driven process by design is not meant to be driven or convened by government, but to have government enable us to convene ourselves. And for me, that is important because I think for those of us in rooms like this, we take for granted how little organizing is happening in the country in a way that moves people forward. So there's a lot of people who are feeling demobilized. And that even if they do mobilize themselves in community halls or in different spaces, they're doing so just to hear themselves. And so this is an opportunity to encourage self-organizing. But the third one, which I think is the most important opportunity here, is to elevate the conversations and the organizing and the issues and the grievings and the visions of society to a national platform where we hear each other. So if we do anything with this exercise, let's say we don't end up getting to a national social compact, I'm almost sure that that's impossible. But I'm not sure that that's what's necessary. But what is necessary is for people in Kwamhlanga to know that when they have a community meeting, somebody is listening. Now, one might say, well, that's what parliamentary structures are for, and that's what IDPs are for. But if that was working, people would not feel so underrepresented. And so if there's an opportunity here, it's to rethink public participation and deliberative democracy and how to actually hear each other beyond what the public representatives will have us hear. For me, those are the three provocations I have to do in terms of why I think it's important for us to engage in this process.
Yes, sir. Any other? Yes.
No, thank you so much for this conversation. I do think that the dialogue is needed as a form of another attempt to the repair work that needs to happen. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the growing withdrawal, I think Christy has said it, the withdrawal of certain segments of our society. She mentioned elite Afrikaners who are going to their own enclaves, building a privatized life in South Africa that are not part of this repair work that we are all trying to reach. So in as much as I support the dialogue, I'm all for it, but I'm just wondering, since we've got this, kind of withdrawal in our own small privatized enclaves, rather than not preaching to the already converted, because I know that we might end up preaching to the converted, but I'm hopeful.
Thank you. And
Sorry, I suppose it's a bit difficult to know the chair over board. This chart is online and it really come.
Prof, we hear you. Prof, thank you. Floor is yours. You perhaps still muted. In interim, perhaps you want to respond to the comments. And then perhaps he'll be the last, and yeah, we'll wrap up. Oh, okay, there you are. Okay, sorry, we hear you now.
Okay, no, thank you very much for this. This particular panel took me back to
Probably you can't hear.
Nervous when the coach. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Why are you responding if you can't?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, yes. Can you hear me? Okay, yes, I got a little bit nervous when the co-chairs when the co-chairs were talking about, we don't know exactly what the national dialogue is about. But I said to myself, the national dialogue should have certain pillars to it. The talks about talks under the multi-party negotiations, the negotiations themselves gave us a chance to say this is what we can do and we can build from that. I think the challenge we all have is transmitting that knowledge to younger people, bringing in younger people into the picture as to where we can take this country. I just wanted to make those comments, but I also wanted to thank everyone for these insightful discussions which have taken place today. I've been listening very attentively, and I really feel that we're on the right track. Thank you very much.
You have follow. So with those comments, I'd like to hand back to for their answers and comments. I don't know where.
So thanks, Tessa, for filling up more information on the process. In a way, you have more technical and hands-on knowledge than we have. I appreciate you. Part of what we want to get beyond is this complete reliance on government, where the dialogue can only refer back to government. We need to move beyond, and we need to wrest the initiative as a nation from total and over reliance on government. So it's not about merely being listened to by government. It is us reclaiming the power to act where and when we can act for ourselves, by ourselves, and force any government to act in the process instead of sitting and hoping that they will. One of the interesting observations that I made is that many of the people who say, no, we don't need to talk, we just need action. It's often not their own action they are talking about. They are talking about someone else taking the action. And we need to change that mentality where we say we are going to act. We're not just going to wait for someone to act on our behalf. One of the reasons I personally am a little bit reluctant to define the crisis, to even pretend to represent citizens, even though I am a citizen myself, is that we have reached a stage in South Africa where we, the intellectuals, the chartering classes, the politicians, the leaders of this sort and that sort, know all the problems of the country so perfectly well, we can define them. And we therefore don't need to listen to citizens because we know what is wrong. And I think we need to disabuse ourselves of that sense of total knowledge and complete knowledge, and the assumption that we can represent everyone. And that's why you need a national dialogue so that people can represent themselves for a case in that process. So the crisis, what is the crisis? The crisis is, I think I've tried to define it, but I mean, the Mandanga Commission is playing out real by real every day, part of the crisis. But we will need to have a profit form. We do need a sharper edged definition of the crisis. Because we can't, there are many dimensions to the crisis, and we probably will not be able to talk about all dimensions of the crisis. So a sharpness is still necessary. That's what we meant when we were saying that we need a much more substantive definition of what political dialogue is.
Thank you so much. And let's give our co-chairs a hand of encouragement for their.
We can stay there. Just a way of closure. You got your copy of this? Yes, yeah, because I can see it lying around. That represents sweat and tears. It's part of the month, so please grab a copy. I'll test you on page 47 in a moment. Okay, so that's the one thing. And then before our speakers here, you've been requested. The speakers should assemble at the registration area for the group photograph. Okay, so I think there's no doubt we had a provocative, thoughtful, insightful, maybe controversial set of discussions. There's a lot of talk about how we take this forward. Some suggestion we need another roundtable on the issue. As I mentioned, and Joel mentioned this, the last roundtable we had on this was 10 years ago. So this is an issue that we've been engaged in a lot, especially around issues like social dialogues and so forth. One of the terms I know Joel has been throwing around quite often is South Africa is the DEI incarnate. And so hence the right wing hates the country, we just represent these progressive values of inclusiveness, non-racialism, addressing gender issues in a fundamental way, etc. And it just doesn't go down well with the right-wing agenda. Hence, we need to expect this kind of pressure that we can have all the time from different quarters. So to thank the chairs and the participants, the chairs, the speakers, and you as participants at this really interesting dialogue. In many senses, I think the one thing that struck me, and I don't give a whole summary of this thing, is that we are at this crisis moment, and it probably means, in many ways, going back to fundamentalism, fundamentals, not fundamentalism. We've spoken about the colonial history, we've spoken about apartheid history, we've spoken about the impact that has had, the shadow that it casts on today, whether it's on language issue, gender issues, race issues, etc., etc. And in looking at that national dialogue and social cohesion and identities going forward, we have to address these things. We can't get away from the way forward. We've been talking about coming out with a publication. So Ismail Lagadin is the person. Yeah, there he is. Ismail Lagadin will be pulling it all together. He'll be connecting with you. Please send your submissions if you've written anything to him. We're going to try and integrate that into an exciting sort of workshop report that we can produce, and that picks up on the theme that people addressed both as speakers and respondents. The last thing is basically, please attend our events in future as well. We hope you participate as you have done. As I indicate, many exciting events up ahead. Thank you again for your participation.
I'm just trying to